What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. My name is Casey. This is Gaming on Lake Time. I welcome you guys to the special Fortnite Championship Series Sunday edition. Ooh-wee. I tell you what, this might be well, it's not might. It will be. It will be a long one. It will be a long one, my friends. I don't know why I am punishing myself, but let's do it. So, if you don't know, the championship series, there's grand finales for the Majors 2 today at 4:30 Central. 5 Central. 4:30 is my time that I was planning on starting to look at that. Hold on. You know when your audio is all over the place? You guys know when your audio is all over the place? Some of y'all probably, like, you know, when you're stuck in traffic and your audio is all over the place. All right, here we go. But yeah, about 5 o'clock, I think, is when the Fortnite Championship Series. Yeah, 5 hours. I don't think I did my math right. Well, we're going to have to start this stream over in about 3... No, I'm just playing. Why did I do this? But why did I do this? Wait, how can I play... Should we play some squad? Wait, is it Monday? No. Maybe we'll cut the stream in half. I'll take a little break for food or something. We'll see. We'll see how long. We'll see after. I've got the batteries in the will, in the determination. It's in 5 hours. So we'll do that. We'll do that in 5 hours. We'll watch the tournament. I'll give you closer to that time. Well, I'll give you some details on the tournament. I've got a whole list of stuff we could do today. Don't worry, I wrote it down. Don't worry, I wrote it down. So we'll do that. We'll check out some Season 3 trailers and leaks. And of course, we'll be playing. We'll be playing here. We'll go. Yeah. I'm guessing maybe an 8-hour stream, something like that. I mean, why not? What else do I gotta do? It's like it's sunny out. Nobody wants to go outside. Nah, seriously though, I step outside and my allergies take over. I call it. I think it's a vaccine injury, but that's just my personal opinion. Alright. I'm almost done with that robo. We just started. I was going to start at 11, but then I'm like, 9 hours? Actually, it might be 9 hours. That's going to be a long stream. What did I get myself into? I'm just going to waste time now. We're just going to sit here for about 9 minutes. I got to waste the time. I got to 10x my dead space. All right, we haven't got any crowns yet. It's probably going to be sweaty out there. Everybody's rushing to get quests done and all that good stuff. We have dropped dramatically in our rank, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll work on it today. We got the time. It doesn't show it here, but on the other one, it shows that these were all the tournament. I need to put a tournament video. Yeah, you know what? I need to do that. I need to put a tournament video together. In the tournament, we You ever drop something and don't know where it went and what you dropped and okay. So let's see here. Actually, you know what'd be cool? We could, how do we... Hold on. I'm going to research this right now. We're going to find out. We're gonna find out together. I'm going to see if I can see the replay. We could just look back on my own replays, but there might be a replay number. Let's see. Let's see. Events. Fortnite Championship Series is live, and you know what? Since it's live, you know what? Let's do this. Since we got some time, and I want to look into some things. We're looking into find best replay. If you're an OG to the channel, understand that I'm gonna moving. This is a new week, so moving forward, like in the progressing weeks, I think I gotta write down things more. I want to write down moments and times and timestamps, and so I can edit some stuff and put some content out. If you're really OG, like if you're like really OG, you understood that last year was just not. I wasn't even like. I was in between jobs. I'll just say that. I was in between jobs. I don't know. Being a landlord made me lazy, I guess. I guess that's what it is. Being a landlord made me lazy. Yeah, and then I'm selling my building. I'm about to get like unlazy. I'm going to undo my lazy. All right. It's not like I had to do anything as a landlord, right? Oh, I'll take your rent. So essentially, I'm going to write down more stuff. Keep track. 'Cause I'm forgetful. I blame the vaccines. But what we can do... What we can do, and while we get prepared for it, let's go ahead and do this. Oh, if you saw the thumbnail, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. This is the this is what we got. This is what we got for getting the points we needed. If you didn't join us Friday evening, we were some of the archived ones. We went into the ranked cup, the solo ranked cup. Zero build. Gold ranked cup solos. North America Central right here. Why is this thing still opening up on us? This was our reward for playing in that Friday evening, but our rank, it was quite. I was impressed of myself. We're gonna have to enter these more often. I don't know how many people played all together. Oh, right here. Out of 3,000 players, I was in top 100. We have a username issue right now, but this is where we landed right here, 69th place, top 100. So next season we're definitely gonna hit those up. We gotta place better, worse, different cup, because this was the gold cup. They got the bronze, the other one, the silver, all the other ranks. Like we should probably do platinum next. We could do so are they gonna divide it into 3 different times? We'll check. If they do 3 like they did this time, like if they do 3 different sessions, as you see we didn't do the April 5th one or the April 26th one, we only did the May 17th one. If in next season they do 3 different sessions, we could actually go we could start out in gold in session 1 and then do platinum. What's the next one? Diamond. Is it platinum and diamond? Something like that. We'll just do the next ones and see where we finish. Because yeah, I know that makes sense. But what I wanted to do
we
here
don't necessarily need to go the full distance. We don't need to get all of the loot that's inside of that bunker.
Is set up like a second second window.
And they're just backing off. They're not necessarily jumping in box. They're not going absolutely crazy because we know the
so we can have the Euros up while I play around.
Be doing that, but they're just able to get so many more tags. And when they do get these tags, they have the experience, they have the nous, they have the understanding to think, right, okay, let's back off. Let's go back towards our drop spot and do exactly the same thing that we saw from them again, going back into the storm, using that launch pad and getting towards that Brawlers Battleground area where there is even more loot and of course more launch pads that they can use. It's not the only team doing it.
There may be some technical
doing it a lot as well.
Things
we've had
flopping around, moving around while I do this, but
these launch pads and even the wings of Icarus in these late games, and not even just the late games, the mid games to rotate. A combination of those launch pads with the fizz, then also using the wings of Icarus to launch yourself.
In studio mode. Okay, changes don't apply yet.
Working out incredibly well. We can see how Thomas HD and Queasy have been making use of that, but not only, like I said, in the mid games, even to get high ground, for example, if you're able to combo that with the Flowberry Fizz, it's something that we saw come out, I believe, in the first game.
Get like a little separate window going
here, actually making use of exactly that.
Actually, did it actually
Flowberry combo? Just look how high up they get, Mini.
I mean, look at Vaniac here, right? This is Chap's first FNCS Grand Finals. He's thinking, right, we're on height, we're in a perfect position, and then Vaniac comes in, spraying from up above, down below, and they get knocked out. That is definitely a strategy that we saw from those guys yesterday. Definitely a strategy I'm expecting to see more of today as well. And I'm interested to see how many more teams use those wings, because of course the drop rate of them has been buffed. So we're seeing that meta developing over the course of the weekend. I'm sure more teams will be using the wings tomorrow. Today.
Takata, we saw Swizzy and Vaniac in particular using the wings of Icarus during those endgame fights, and actually I think it probably took us slightly by surprise.
We won't really know any of these names. They're all Europe. But I was thinking we could just watch some gameplay, you know.
Opponents, but obviously this duo pulled it off. Do you think they'll be able to get away with that today?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to continue with their game plan they had. I mean, they didn't get zones gifted to them yesterday. We said it earlier. They had to travel the most distance out of any duo on EU yesterday, and they're still in first place. So even if they have to overcome hurdles, I think they can do it.
Amazing. Well, Takata thinks that Swizzy and Vaniac are going to have a great day. We'll find out if our casters do as well, because we are ready, guys, to get into game number 7 of our grand finals.
The time has come. It is here, the conclusion of the EU FNCS Major 2 Grand Finals. And with how entertaining yesterday was all day long throughout those 6 games, I expect today to be even more on fire, more entertaining.
Keep grabbing the wrong mouse here.
Ultimately, this is the time that every player wants to showcase what they can do, right? Of course, yesterday was a great place to build that platform, to set yourself up well for today. But we know with just how many points are on the table, before, it can get really crazy. What you see on the leaderboard now does not guarantee what you will see come game 12.
This is the start, game 7 throughout the overall FNCS,
Is
but
the
game
final?
1 on the day. And I hope, Levin, that
game 1 on the day.
everybody had taken the time after 6 games have ended to rewatch a lot of the VODs, rewatch a lot of the plays, the goods, the bads,
what
and
would
kind
this
of
be? This
take
is like,
everything in stride.
I mean,
fix
it's
a
not
lot of those
Super Bowl.
mistakes,
That's like
figure out a way to
don't know.
replicate a lot of the successes. And Queasy and Thomas is going to be one of the biggest
These are big
teams
games.
on
These are
that
huge
list to
games.
figure out what went right, replicate it, and what went wrong, and fix it very, very quickly because they are triple contested yet
The
again.
only thing after this is
A bit of a
globals.
scare here as well,
if
because
that
it
makes
looks like
sense.
there's another team jumping into the fray. On social media before, Jake Buka and Cringe, who said they, having
are
some
in
problems
Texas
over
this year.
towards Lavish Lair, potentially hinted at landing towards Mount Olympus, and maybe not doing so here in game 1. Again, a spot that's triple contested, adding another team into the mix, Jacob, doesn't seem the wisest.
Yeah, and throughout the day yesterday, you saw this fight kind of develop. You saw it kind of advance, went from right out of the gates, players trying to go for surge to things gradually slowing down. And it caused just a weird dynamic over on that side of the map. But this one for sure, this is one I'm excited for.
Absolutely, and so Cringe and Jake Buka not landing at Mount Olympus. It doesn't look like they've landed here at Lavish Lair either, so uncontested for Cringe and Noms today. Again, that changes the dynamic of how they have to play the game. They don't have that early damage for Surge that they were benefiting so fruitfully from yesterday.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that we were kind of talk about as days progress. People switch drop spots, kind of play a little bingo, some would say, to see which way they're going to drop, as Veno looking like he was going to get aggressive right out of the gates on Podesai and Snazy. Unfortunately, he does choose to disengage, and by looking at the minimap, I really don't see Tayson or Veno's teammate anywhere, so he probably had to get a couple of those shots that he needed, disengage back on up, and as we tune into Veno, yeah, Tayson is lost already. So the struggles that Veno and Tayson for the early game will continue here today.
A very tough start. This is not how Veno would have wanted to be going into game 1, especially considering these guys ultimately have to have a big comeback day, right? A lot of expectations going into the weekend where that these guys would be near the top of the leaderboards. It hasn't quite panned out that way. And Podesai and Snazy, I'm sure, will be incredibly motivated to continue to put a stain on this FNCS of Veno and Tayson. Yeah, they're fully just chasing. they don't want to give these guys a chance to get back into this game at all.
I mean, you can imagine how hard it is to kind of take down Tayson once. Now imagine Veno gets the reboot. You got to take him down yet again. But I think Podesai and Snazy know, judging by their loadout, lack of materials, there's only so far you can actually go on a chase like this before it becomes more and more risky. And you really don't get anything out of it, even if you do get that elimination onto someone like Veno. So I do like the heads-up play for them to kind of disengage, backtrack in their steps, and finish looting up so they can have a more successful early into mid-game.
Fibo and Valry in this Grimgate area. And Malabuka isn't happy about it one bit. He wants to try and push them away. Mustache on the other side of Grim has initiated that boss fight, and so he's eager to get the medallion and the shotgun. He knows just how powerful it can be for them in fights like this one.
I just want to see them convert just a little bit more on having that medallion and being able to stretch it just a little bit further into these end games. Yeah, they got 7th while contested, but having such an arsenal at your disposal, you got to be able to kind of take advantage just a little further. And this fight between them two is kind of very, very standard. They don't necessarily go 50-50, take each other out. Velry and Firebro do tend to kind of hide up towards the top, build up, and then that's where they kind of play the rest of their game out. Bettini and Chap, another surprising duo, lighting up the elimination feed, not only almost all day yesterday, but throughout the semifinals in general. They're one of the teams that we kind of looked at, maybe a top 5, potential to win it all. And with 1.5 point multiplier here today, they're definitely going to have to pick up the pace, not only in eliminations, but be a little bit more successful, making it farther into these games.
Absolutely. When you look at the fighting prowess of Chapintini, they pose a threat in box fights against anybody.
All right, I'm working on it.
Cringe and Noms now getting aggressive towards Jakey and Twy, and I think we expected to see this, right? When you're playing out of Lavish Lair and you're not contested, you gotta be eager for Surge. You have to roam out of your POI to deal some damage, and that's exactly what they'll do here. Cringe and Noms are one of the better fighting teams, and so they won't shy away from a fight.
especially with how well they were doing yesterday. You kind of spoke on it and touched on it a little bit, and that's how you start to build that confidence. It's very, very important for a lot of the teams and players here today to be able to channel that momentum from day one and continue it on here in day two. And I like the idea because not only they're getting surge from finding a team like Jake and Twy, but they're a potential bunker in this direction as well. Yes, some other teams might try to move in this direction, but at least if you're able to take this team out early, you see nobody else in the minimap trying to third party this could be a huge opportunity, but Noms just over peaks, he gets sniped, and this is their green light to go.
And these kind of mechanical errors can be the difference maker. If they go down now, again, they start looking at the advantage they have in the leaderboard. It starts dwindling away. But Cringe won't be thinking about that right now. He'll be thinking about how he can keep his team in the game.
Yeah, Noms.
Oh man, I just hit
really
default.
has only one decision. As soon as he went down, he
you
knew
ever
he
do
couldn't
that?
save
It
him.
defaults something
So he just
ever,
quickly
everything
disengaged
else.
using the Flowberry phase to create as much distance as possible. Twy just, oh my. Reading that play like a book. He knew he was spraying the covers. He knew he was going to break it. And just perfect timing, and you can see that today getting a little bit more active right out of the gates. Trexer, Glubsheet being forced in a defensive position by Relvis and Buell. Great shots to really start this fight out, but the longer this one takes, unlike the other one on the other side of Lavish Layer, there are more third and fourth party potentials moving in and closing the distance themselves.
The Buell and Relvis did incredibly well last games. And I think a lot of people questioned how they're going to fare with zones that maybe aren't as favorable. I think yesterday, if you had to say which team had the most favorable zones across all 6 games, you probably would have attributed that to them. And so now it's time to see where the challenge comes. Or maybe they just keep getting zones, Jacob, and we're laughing at the end of the 12 games. Either way, they'll be prepared. And this fight is the first step to doing so. Trexer taking a big chunk of damage. And that's clearly coming from Eclipse and Dexy, the third party in the distance.
Yeah, we're from Rebels Roost. They're making their presence known finally, and they know that knock is coming in just now, and they get the double elimination as Eclipse persistence actually pays off, taking out Trexer as well, but a whole nother team. Finn and his duo just now moving in, kind of forcing a lot of displacement here out of this fight. Where they once thought they were safe, where they once they were fighting another team, a couple of third parties, and another shot coming in from the distance to Buell. It's just going through so much right now when things were looking so good a moment ago.
And the Buell and Relvis will be forced to watch this game. And I mean, this right now, Jacob, is the biggest test for teams who, you know, you would put in that sort of category of, oh, they've surprised us on day one. They're doing much better than expected. How do they respond to the adversity of having a hitch in the road early on?
I don't know how this is going to work.
I like.
Let's try it. Let's try something right quick.
Aren't necessarily going your way, and that's going to be the first test I think they'll be facing all weekend, because they're also one of the teams that didn't really have to deal with Surge because they were so proactive, especially with that off-spawn fight. As you switch on over, one that was kind of quick out of the gates, a player getting eliminated. Veno able to get Tayson back. We saw Tayson was down and out early on. Veno was able to disengage far away from fencing fields at that. So interesting decision enough for him to not only get the reboot, but for them to backtrack all the way back on over to fencing fields. And already with shots like that, it's paying off.
I think one of the key things I want to see from Veno and Tayson is them sort of just pop off, frag out. Miniminer was highlighting just a lack of refreshes, a lack of eliminations in the deeper stages of the game. I think some of their problems come from the earlier parts of the game, right? Mid-game, being able to get to end-game stacked, but we know what Veno can do when he's on his best. He's one of the most prolific fighters we've ever seen.
Beautiful.
Surprise, surprise. Vanyak and Swizzy here in the storm, using the wings to their benefit just to get around. I mean, this is a recipe for success we've seen a bunch of teams tap into, and it is definitely benefiting our first place team right now.
Yeah, and just the way players are able to kind of utilize it. Pause for a second on one thought. Cringe still looking like he's going through a battlefield, the one that kind of left over from Lavish Layer, trying to scrap together whatever he can to continue to spread that distance. But I just wonder, does he even know that they're still kind of eyeing him? They're tracking him. Doesn't look like they're going to go after him this time around, so Cringe does have a legitimate chance to get Noms back into the game. but it's definitely not going to be easy because he's moving closer and closer in towards the zone to where a lot of the people that landed towards the north will end up in this position, just like the players towards the east.
100%. A reboot's going to be hard to pull off here, though. You can see on the minimap all the teams sort of around. Jakey and Twy, I think, will probably be distracted by the bunker, but some of those other teams towards the west, they hear this reboot go off, they will be eagerly awaiting.
Sangil and, well, I was going to say Marius, but it looks like he's already taken down. Underworld not necessarily faring well for this duo so far on the day yesterday. They've had a ton of shines and shining moments to where you know they have what it takes to pop off. It's just continuously game after game in a contested drop like the Underworld. They haven't been able to put it together on a consistent basis. So I'm just hoping for day 2, even though Marius is already down, Sangil, there's a lot of space for him in and around the Underworld for him to attempt the reboot and get his teammate back. I just want to see them start to pick up that pace that we know that they can achieve.
And again, more of those Storm plays. Analysts broke it down. This is what Queasy and Thomas are doing to just bypass mid games completely, Jacob. I mean, we're seeing
the best spot for this.
A lot of these northern zones, northwestern zones. If your team like Thomas and Queasy rotating all the way there from Mount Olympus, it's tough, right? You end up using a lot of materials, a lot of your shields to get by. So they've decided, yeah, we don't want to do all that. We're just going to stay in the storm, use the wings to get into better spots throughout the storm. We can go through POIs like this here in Reckless Railways and pick up some extra loot, some extra shields. We can cap our materials as well as we go by. And then we can get into, you know, 6th, 7th zone, stacked, all the mats in the world and still be up on Surge. I mean, it's pretty ingenious from them. I think the big thing
We'll watch the full.
Over the past week, Queasy has emphasized how he's just figured out how to play the game, right? A lot of their poor performances this season, he was sort of playing tournaments blind, didn't know what to do, but now they have a better.
Well, all right. We tried. I know I wasted some time here. Whoops. All right. I just didn't like. I don't know if I like the. It's playing on this one, so I don't even really hear it. So it's kind of distracting me, which will probably be distracting you. So well, yeah. Good try. Good try. You never know. You never know. You know until you try. That's what they always say. So we'll just check up on this. As we go. I can hit the right buttons here.
I like the way you asked the question, because it's easy to stay positive and stay confident when things are going well. But how do you pick yourself back up when...
All right. We'll go to this one. We're checking on the Middle East Cup. Anybody? Anybody? All right, so it's their first match. That's what they're playing. This is Europe though. They're playing their first match right now.
Oh, do they know? They're wary of it. They place the wall before they go through.
Very.
All right. So let's go ahead and play. We'll check it. Oh, we'll check in on it. Get pumped. It's gonna be a long stream. But it's gonna be a fun stream. I promise. I promise you. Where's all the quests? You know what? Let's do this. You guys ever go to this one? Fortnite Good Game Interactive? So here's all the last few week quests. We dropped 7 out of there. These are all quest things. Right. Where are we headed? Fortnite Championship Series. I was gonna have like a little intro thing there, but I didn't know what to say. I don't have it wrote down. Thank you. Thanks, Wall. Appreciate you. Excuse you? You just fly off too. Should I fly and go catch him? Don't mind if I do. I don't know why I thought I had a shotgun. It happens. We got rookies playing today. Come on. I just hear someone shoot at me. I saw someone running over here. Where y'all at? Medallion boy to the right. I guess. Blue, it's got a laser and a drum. Huh? You got Guess he's going for the forecast. Maybe we can snipe him. Maybe. Where everybody at? Long one. Kind of like this. I just discovered this one. What is this? I like this little ramp. Did the NPCs? No. Medallion boy, what do you do? Run off? Top 10. Maybe he's not going after the forecast. I think we should. Unless someone's just waiting. You can do it. Where'd everything go? You never know when you're gonna shockwave yourself in the wrong direction. You never know. I don't know why I'm staying to hit that. Got the forecast. I already know where to go. There he is. There you go. Ah, wrong button. He saw me because I pressed the wrong button. I was trying to mark him for you. For me too. I wanted to see how far that was. Unfortunate. Are they teaming up on me? You're telling me they just let that shot like that? I don't think so. I think they were teaming up on me. Sticking to it. Usually, if it's 1v1v1, yeah, they probably will stick. Like they'll probably team up on me. All right. See what's popping in the finals.
Very, very careful. Great move by Crims, but he finally gets boxed off. One of the pathways is going to be...
You got to roll your tongue when you say it.
Fortnite does to you, especially going up against a team like this who is consistently finding the angles.
Here we go.
To try to make you pay.
I've got to say, Doom and Icelis have definitely done much better to long this fight out than I would have expected.
All right, you guys take a watch. I'm going to step away for a second.
Again, they themselves are just sticking close together, always ready with 2 shotguns out to try and capitalize on this pinch reason that they were going for. And again, right there on our screens, it takes place. A trade now happens. Doom has the HP advantage though. And so Vidil's going to try and get the up with some angles through some window peaks, trying to control this stare. And this really has gotten shaky for the Germans. Vidil though with some counter aggression. Again, just not letting go of this fight. He's trying to even the odds.
Just doing the best they can. You know, Reason's just on the other side of that build. It's like a game of chess between the two. And this is where you kind of play and toy with the idea of the revive. Doom took the bait, tried to go in onto Vidil, and he just sent him right back to the lobby.
And that is the difference between cold, calm, and collected Vidil versus Doom. I mean, even without the HP advantage, Vidil just never shook, never wavered in the moment. And that was a difference maker. Again, that fight went a bit longer than I think they both would have expected, but the outcome is the one they would have wanted.
And it might help Vidil and Reason just a little bit. Yes, they had to use extra resources. It got real dicey with Reason going down altogether, but now you got to imagine what that's doing to their overall surge, giving them a little bit more freedom. And plus, if that bunker does spawn next to them, they can even stay in and probably outlast a team like Queasy and Thomas. We've also seen contest a very, very similar bunker because they have the surge and Queasy and Thomas might not.
Ooh, we got some action over towards Lavish Lair. Noms in the midst of a fight here. And this one that they look like they're going to be winning, yeah. Nicely closed out.
I think any team by now has to learn, if you're landing in and around Lavish Lair, they're uncontested, so they're going to look for that surge.
And again, a much easier fight than the one they tried to get onto Jakey and Twi last game. That damage could be the difference between them having a good mid-game now compared to the shaky one they had in game number 7.
All right.
They start to slowly but surely build up that confidence. It's only one elimination, so they know somebody is a solo running around here. We know in the minimap it's probably that player moving towards the west, deep in his zone, that's trying to get his reboot, but they spot out a whole nother team, and And this is where they have decisions. They're in zone. They're on
I'm so
the
in
edge.
tune with
Not
these
too many
headphones.
other
I know
teams
that
in this
they're on
distance.
backwards.
If they wanted to take the
Just by
fight,
how they
ideally
listen.
it would be isolated, except for maybe one other team.
How
in the
they
distance.
sound.
Ooh.
Just how they listen.
Things got very messy here over at Snooty.
I knew these headphones were wrong. Just
Sky looking to pick up the pieces as Scroll is no longer here. The reboot will come off.
Yeah. And
Get
it's
an
Tucson
early
Army
reboot.
that's in the distance.
I'm gonna start sounding like them.
You got
here
to
in a second.
imagine they had something to do about Scroll going down, and they got to start to hear this reboot as well. So even though they have to rotate to the zone themselves, they have the option to kind of take their time, stagger it out just a little bit, and try to gatekeep Scroll and Sky, try to double up on those eliminations. But from one side of the map to the other, you know how active a lobby like this can be, especially with so much on the line. Destitute is trying to run, and that's the other side of that Mount Olympus.
All those Mount Olympus teams really struggling to get anything in these games. I mean, all of them looting up and leaving and running into teams who just do not want to play any games with them.
Sounds like a song.
And that'll be nice for
Looting
Voltex
up
and Cool,
and
who did
leaving.
again. Much better than I think most people would have expected after day one.
All right. I'm gonna start sounding like them if we don't play something. North America is 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Central. 4 hours. Promise we'll make it. I promise. Promise. Was there really a sound effect in that? Y'all caught that, right? I don't even know where we're going. Actually here. Sometimes I feel loose. Gotta tighten up. I gotta get past her. I didn't see him. My FORTNITE tracker. Oh, this wasn't even open. I wanted to see if I could see that guy. Darn. Look at the stream. Take a look at the stream. Yep, right there. Got me. Look at this. Y'all know this was here? Huh? First. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. How do you go down here again? Oh, right here. There it is. Nah. Not feeling it. trees in my way. I think he's splashing up now. Yeah, he's bouncing way off. Look at this. Back the same way we came. Same thing. If I hit that, that would have been awesome. What was that? Got it. There's a reset without it being reset, really. Right there. That was nice. Nice. drop your medallion and then try to hunt me down or something? Is that what's going on? I forgot I got a new ride. This one's radio still broke. Where'd that go? Where's this guy at? I gotta get better at knowing where these guys are at when in these things. Ah! How did I not see him? I am just not seeing them today. Why wouldn't it pull out my other weapon? That was so... Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. I kept pulling out the fizz juice, not the DMR. Sometimes it happens when the... The whatchamacallit. Keyboard sideways. It's getting hot in here. I think I'm gonna exit this just to cool down my computer between
really
these
not backing down.
matches.
In fact, they're actually doing the opposite. They're taking inches, moving upward on toward this mountain because they might feel like they have an upper hand in this fight.
Give me
but
one
Vico,
moment. I'm step away.
just
Thank you,
like
guys.
that, just gets beamed, and he doesn't really have shields to regenerate. You hear the Thunderbolt of Zeus coming out as well. Nothing is going to be given in a lobby like this.
Yeah, and this has ultimately been part of the story for them that they'd like people to forget, right? The early surge, the early damage has been the key to team success, right? When we look at the best teams, the teams that have had success in that regard, Prodoxy and Trip, trying to write that story for themselves, right? Pushing in here on restored reels, and Upple and Helechis, they didn't seem prepared for it at all. These guys look stacked. Wow.
Really got their pick of the litter. What do you want to grab? What do you want? Big pots? You want splashes, big bush bombs, and I do like the addition of the big bush bomb, especially with those surge towers that we've been seeing throughout FNCS, how massive they can be. Just want to give yourself as big an advantage. And at this stage of the game, when you have the best of the best players in all of the region, it's those little differences that really make and shake things up.
Absolutely. Mount Olympus looking rather quiet compared to what we've seen some other times. Waterbending for Thomas will be very nice because he can do exactly that. Take shots from afar again, just how strong that weapon's been for the surge meta. Players, again, finally start to clock on, closer to the grand finals.
Ready to take a little bit more risk here. Check and Glubshy. The same two teams that were inside of the Underworld, taking their fight outside of the Underworld, and you can see in the mini-map there's even third parties looking over on in this direction, seeing if they can get some surge for themselves. Just like Trexer and Glubshy do have the elevation advantage, but it only means so much against a team like Marius and Sangild, who they actually like to play in toward those box fights. And if you take the bait and drop down into a box fight scenario, I think that's where Marius and Sangild will have a huge upper hand. Wow. He really thought he was going to be able to escape. Good snipe, taken down. The other team is now moving into Marius' position and taking down as well. That Cheeps and Turtle. The Underworld sandwich looking real. That's all three teams taking their fight from inside of the Underworld to the outside.
Marius fans, look away. Don't watch. This is painful. Again, like you say, man, that sandwich is closing in on them. I mean, Glubshy, I believe, is the one with the sniper, right? Hits that shot. Crazy. Sangild just didn't stand a chance. And then Turtle and Cheeps are just waiting there at border patrol, not letting those guys come through.
Almost look like Turtle and Cheeps are just waiting for a full-on fight to break out that they could third party. Realized it wasn't much. Got a couple shots and kept on with their business. To jump on board Cammy and Seti, and this is gonna be a great time to see how they're getting that early game surge.
Yeah, and you can see there just sort of the spare shields available in that base that Cammy had. It's interesting, right? From this position, that base that they play for, there's a lot of lines of sight towards fencing, a lot of stuff going on when it comes to what's happening in the east when you start looking towards the Mount Olympus area and brawlers, and of course they can start seeing what's going on over towards the west as well. It doesn't look like there's much going on this game, so it'll be interesting to see how much damage they actually have accrued and whether or not that starts to become a problem for them. Of course, there's this bunker here as well that they do like to play for.
We keep catching the beginning of the other games
when it spawns in, but I do believe yesterday they were actually just letting Andalex and Sato have it in a lot of the games.
It's European though. It's European. European. How are we on the yeah. Wanted to let it cool down a while. See if we could spin another one up.
Yeah, I think a lot of times, like, there's almost no point if you already have your perfect loadout. Maybe you can get some extra heals or deny it from another team, but You also don't want to be one of those teams that gets stuck down there, camped by a whole nother team, and have your gameplay kind of dictated by whether or not they want to disengage and kind of let you out for free. I see Swizzy and Vanyak in the distance. Reason and Vadil trying to catch up, close the gap. 3rd place. And this could be a big moment for someone like Reason as well, newly signed to Exceed. And now can you imagine signed for the first major and you win that first championship, you get your global spot secured, because it's more than just the money that we've been talking about and that is up for grabs.
100%, and especially for Reason and Vadil, right? Flashback to Major 1, they were the team in first place at the end of day 1, right? They know what it feels like to be in that pole position. Reason's experienced that twice now in his career, right? Back in Chapter 4, Major 1, playing with Janice. He was first place at the end of day 1. So he's really been in touching distance multiple times now. And so I know he will be hoping that they can finally make it.
Here we go. Here we go. We're essentially just going for this 10 and a win here, if we can. All right. Well, okay. Storm's brewing over there. You guys see it? Coming this way. We'll be here Friday. Go. Drink it. Where's he at? Really? This is just me not paying attention. This is just me not paying attention. It's hot in here. It's hot in here. They just literally just go on a roof. They went up. They went up. I appreciate it, mindless. Work, the other W. Did you guys see the monster truck promotion for FORTNITE? We gotta show you. Later in this show, we'll show you. It's gonna be a long show today. We're already almost like 2 hours in, but we still got a lot to do. Later today at 5 Central, the FORTNITE Championship Series kicks off. We'll watch those games. That's a set of 5 games. And basically the end just for Majors 2. It's the grand finals. The finals, grand finals. I don't know why they call it grand finals if there's like 3 of them. I don't know how it works. Is there like a finals? Is there like a grand final? But that'll start at 5. Closer to that, I'll show you some of the Chapter 3 highlights, or not highlights, but trailers and leaks. Chapter 5, Season 3, excuse me. Chapter Season 3. Glider has a weird sound to it. You can do it. everybody at? How do I not press it before him? I'm sitting. Yo, I really got to figure something out. I don't know if it's is it something? Is my mouse going out? Is that what it is? When things don't register fast enough? It's been like that for the past season. The whole season. Just it's just this weird delay that just happens. It's like an input delay. I mean, I got the look. Watch. I'm sitting here hovering over his leg. Like I'm not hitting, like I'm not shooting right now. What? Come on. I don't know how those aren't hitting. I switched to this because I'm like one and done. You're telling me I'm not hitting right here. I'm not shooting the button right here. I switched to the one and done. It's insane, dude. It's like, oh, Andy gets the shot off while running. You know? I'm sitting here. This game's rigged. Game's rigged, I'm telling you.
And just trying to continue to wreak havoc on the lobby. Combination of the weaponry with the water bending. Just so much pressure applied to those guys in front of them.
Just quick moving by Seti and Cammy, just again going through almost unnoticed. And the only thing that I feel, wouldn't even call it a downfall, but just something you can wish just a little bit better in the game.
Here we go. We got an end game. This is the Europe Grand Finals.
I'm not necessarily concerned with
game 9 of 12.
With the mid game because Cammy and Seti have
we're
always
about to
been
watch
known
the end
to play a
game.
little bit more passive, but it's in the ending portions, moments like this where they need to start picking up those eliminations. Otherwise, you're kind of just betting and hoping that Swizzy and Vaniac go down early through no fault of your own.
You know, like this, right? They suspicious of Vico, who's up there. So they pause for a moment just to try and gather themselves, pop a fizz, maybe even a banana, just to be able to get past them as quickly as possible. Now, they'll save the bananas, but they will use the fizz, and Vico does make his presence known. That will force them just to pause again here. Now bananas being used. Now that they're playing in the storm, understandable. Now they can just wrap around Vico even easier. And ultimately just start ramping. Yeah, we love to see this. We see this all the time. When you're ramping late into zone, just single ramp up. If someone chops you out, you got the fizz effect. You can drop down perfectly into a nice spot in the zone. And again, this is just looking like another textbook game for Cammy and Seti.
Yeah, they immediately
They
jump
both took
down,
fall
take the
damage right
front
there
side
and died.
of the zone. They don't want to risk everything.
Hey, dinosaurs, what's going on?
To try to
How you
maintain
doing
their
today?
position on the high ground. I think that's a great heads-up play, sticking to the blueprint, what they know best. Swizzy by himself. At least he's been able to get some points for placement so far. 6 teams going down, especially with that point multiplier. That is a good amount of points for Swizzy here as a solo, but in order to keep up the pace, he at least needs to make it into the top 10, or at least as close to it as possible.
You saw him looking at the loot there in the storm. I think that position for Swizzy, even though it's awkward, is definitely playable, right? He's got the fizz, he's got some bananas. Again, you can make a similar rotation to what you sort of saw Caddy and Seti do there, right? Where he just sort of waits for the storm to catch up.
That's funny.
And then uses the bananas to wrap his way through the storm into the safe zone. Thomas and Queasy have a bit more of an easier time. They will have to invest some materials, but ultimately that will get them the position they need inside of the safe zone.
Yeah, 130.
Oh no, Queasy gets taken down as he goes in. Combat and Blahat take him down.
Just a little bit of separation is all it really took. Now Thomas is really trying to make up for it with how well they have been doing up into this stage. You gotta hope Thomas stays alive just a little bit longer. He does have a little bit of materials to work with. Finds some Flowberry Fizz, only 4 charges. That's gonna give him 4 opportunity to bounce his way to the front side of zone and save as many of these materials as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is where things start to get really tough for Thomas. I mean, I feel like we've seen him in these types of positions millions of times almost. But it will be another test for the big Thomas HD. Can he pull this clutch from the deepest depths of his bag? What does he have in store for us? Doing good now, just to sort of wrap around.
That Fizzberry juice just takes a while to
just to drop all
get
the way
loading
down
up.
onto low. But will there be a refresh opportunity for him here?
He's feeling a lot of the pain that Swizzy's going through right now as a solo, but he's out of builds, trying to get a huge flank onto Veno. A couple shots gonna be landed. Distraction is there, but Destru goes in, takes out Thomas. Cammy now by himself. No SETI in sight. 1 elimination. They're trying to figure out a way to power through, but he gets aggressed on. Quick thinking, moves that build around. That's Pink, that's Vico, and both of them go down simultaneously.
The gift of the mats won't be enough to keep him in the game though. Another solo we've been tracking. Swizzy sitting in a nice spot here, but the materials are starting to get low, so he needs to play this as well as he ever has. Trapped and Skrill on this layer. Needs to be careful he doesn't run into them. They will run into him though. And so now Swizzy fighting for his life in this game. Not really much to work with outside of this Fizz. And he'll just use the last of it that he has just to make sure he runs his way on in. Needs to be careful not to run into Andalex and Sato, and he will move right past them.
He is moving and
switch his
proving
battery
his
out
way
real quick.
to stay on top of the leaderboard. But Chap Teeny, they're trying to be a driving force and stop him. They're trying to go through Trip. They steal away the high ground and they're forcing him lower and lower. Trip's gonna go down. Fernoxy's gonna get lost. Venom and Tayson are now the next team in their line of sight. But now they just switch targets yet again. They're keeping things moving and grooving.
Now, another situation where we'll have to see Veno get the job done. Swizzy has done so well to stay alive again. We start talking about holding on to leaves. He's done it perfectly here. The placement points will just keep them pushing at the top. At what point do we start to say, no one can close this lead, no one can catch up to these guys, because they're just going to keep on having games like this. Even in the face of adversity, Swizzy able to stay alive with 5 eliminations in this game. He's face to face with Veno and he will win. He takes him down. His KC brother, he doesn't care though. That's 6 on the game. Swizzy with the top 5.
He is just dominating the field, even as a solo with Sato and Analyx. They have something to say about a huge elimination. He even might
I wonder
have
if you would have a better chance
I saw these
splitting up at the
going
end if you're
up
going for
after that
placement point
elimination.
and not for the win.
Chaptini, high ground, Analyx, Sato, they're there as well. They get another elimination
And one
onto
high, one low.
Malabuka, and now it's come down to our final 2v2.
Chapentini have been watching from height
probably better to
throughout
stay
this
together.
end game. And with the zone looking like it's pulling up the mountain, this might just be the gift they needed. A gift from the Mount Olympus God to win this game. They get dropped down though, they will have to fight. Teeny does the damage, he picks up 1. But is it going to be enough? He has the strength splashes to try and heal off. But it looks like Andalex is a bit more prepared than him. They're going to fight though, they're going to go on an engagement. Andalex with 1 HP left, he is able to get the shot. But it won't be enough to win the game. He's trying to hold on and he will not be able to. Teeny wins the game out.
That's a fun end game.
So close.
And it goes down to a
Nobody
fight.
believed in the heel of Jacob, but in the end it was Teeny that could find the finishing blow.
That was just huge. It almost looked like he went back. He went back to try to clean up the knock on the down to try to get the siphon
All right.
and keep
Well,
him
that's it
alive.
for
A
this
decision that I feel like
well,
he's going to
for
regret
Europe.
because he had.
That's not it for that's it for this match in the Europe. Yeah, you get it. Play another one. Do 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 do. I was looking for a place to jump, but I don't know. Let's see. Wonder what they're getting rid of. Where's that storm at? Which side of the island is the storm? Yeah, we're gonna have to check. Is that might give us a clue where the next dome, the biome, I don't know what they call it, biome, the next change to the map. Okay. Let's hit the house up. I need to change his glide. Why'd they gotta make it weird? Wave off, my friend. Sergio. What's going on over here? Out of stuff. Right. Can you tell me how that works? Can anybody figure that one out for me? Can anybody figure that one out? But that's a constant thing. I'm honestly just getting used to it now. Guy had no health, right? Yeah, look at him. Had no health. But it makes no sense to me. That part of this game makes absolutely zero sense to me. And it's like if you know it, you could just pull it off every time. And no wonder there's people out here winning games left and right on the top of leaderboards, but never in finals, like, you know, never in championships, because that's all they got to do is land that shot. They don't actually have to be good at the game. It's like a shotgun mantle thing. It's so silly. I mean, I didn't have a lot of health. But I mean, honestly. Get a mantle shot on me, huh? One. Oh, I missed one. I missed one shot. And they get this shot off. And then they get the second one. It's that first one that hurt me, right? It's this. You get shot. This one wasn't so bad. Well, hold on, let's see. Let's see it in motion. They're gonna like fire before they're landing. Okay, that one wasn't so bad. Okay, that one wasn't so bad. They just got two of the good shots. But there is the ones that they mantle and they get a shot off and they're not even facing you. Makes no sense. Stand by, y'all. Should I actually let this laptop cool down a little? It's hot. Hot, hot, hot. Let's go here. Might be fun. think someone's about to pull up on them. Where's the lightning bolt guy? Lightning bolt guy go. We just grab the forecast. Beautiful. Slow down.
Time to try and really close that lead. Wow, Veno.
In the book. Sees Podesai though. Well, he thought was an easy elimination from a solo. Podesai and Snazy, the original contested drop, take down Veno. But as we tune into Thomas and Queasy, one struggle, another team is able to get each other back on up. And with how long Thomas actually stayed in the zone, I knew it was going to be a possibility. I was just kind of questioning where they were going to position themselves in terms of Storm Surge, and they have still figured out a way to be above. Yes, they are slowly but surely falling down, but they did just enough to not only get to zone, but now they can worry about Surge as soon as they get there.
Yeah, let's take a look at how they dealt some of that damage. A replay here of the limb onto Scroll, who unfortunately couldn't quite match their muscle. Wow, Thomas with a nice little tag there, and then being able to close things out onto Scroll.
Teeny and Chap suffering to Surge. Not something that this team might be used to here in this grand finals, but on the other side, it's Pink and Vico. You see them trying to create space for themselves. That's not going to stop Teeny from getting in. The onslaught continues, but it's going to be a trade. Down goes Pink, down goes Chap. Teeny trying to get as much space as possible, so that way he can have a chance to breathe. Vico goes, backtracks, cleans up that elimination onto Chap, and it kind of brings it down to a 1v1, which is dangerous because there's at least two duos that is hearing all this action in the distance that can jump on over in this direction if they so please. It does look like Teeny's gonna get a moment here with that elimination trade with him and Vico. Those duos that I was kind of mentioned, potentially third party, they're just gonna continue to move on past. Kind of leaving us on a little bit of a stalemate, but Teeny's troubles have just gotten harder. He got the solo in front of him, Queasy, Thomas on a mountain behind. And Queasy and Thomas are in a position to where they might need eliminations. They might need some Storm Surge, because trying to follow behind him, give away his position as he lands some shot onto Thomas. And I think that was something that maybe you shouldn't have done, because now they know exactly where you're at and exactly where you're coming from. And being down on Surge, that might give them a hand to where they have to go. And Queasy already jumping over in that direction, trying to engage on a Teeny.
I mean, yeah, both teams, both players in tough spots. Axe Force eventually takes Teeny down. And that's actually tough for Queasy and Thomas, because they could have done with that damage, right? If they could have been the one to take him out. And now they might just have the same fate as Teeny, getting held in here by Axe Force and Clown.
It's gonna be tough though. Tough. Down on Surge, now it's doing damage. And then if you look at Queasy's loadout, waterbending DMR doesn't really have the loadout to go for a box fight against any other team. There's about like 14 players or so that do need to go down. So out healing this might not necessarily be an option for Queasy, especially since he's running out of heals, taking damage from the Storm. Storm Surge finally does him in. Down goes Queasy and Thomas, and no placement points this game for their efforts. Disaster strikes, but they're not the only team going through a rough time here when it comes to Storm Surge. Velry was just taken down. You don't get knocked when you get taken down from Storm Surge. You just get eliminated altogether. Now Fire Hunter is going to be stuck by himself. There is a few options for him to try to get the Storm Surge, but the time to get those shots is definitely running out. 40 below, and because of that, Chicho,
it's a little early, but I went and got
in that direction to steal
round 2 on my energy drinks.
Again, just shows how hard Storm Surge has been for teams this season. Teams who we've seen consistently be good with Storm Surge today, and in day one, all struggling. Cammy and Seti below, these guys have been one of our biggest beacons of how to play Surge, how to be consistent with it. Even they're struggling here in this game.
Yeah, it just goes to show no matter how picture perfect you think a team or someone can be, everybody has their struggles in a lobby that is this stacked. And Vico just trying to sneak up on this SETI, quickly spots him out and puts him down. The struggles will continue for them, but that's a blessing for SETI and Cammy, because now look at the Surge position they're in.
Much, much better. Just like that, they turn it around. And a limb here onto Destru. And then one onto Vico. It was for Strokey that picked up the confirmation onto Destro. So Cammy and SETI will only get the credit for one of them, but those extra points will go a long way. We're doing Reason. Not struggling with Surge, but the loadouts, the materials not looking as comfortable right now. Don't have much shield, don't have much HP, don't have much materials, and the pressure being applied to them might be too much for them to muster over. I think the big thing now is getting the most out of the HP they can and hoping they can just sneak a team here trying to rotate in. They're one of the teams furthest to back now, so this
is game 10 out of 12
here other than Cringe and Noms to fight. And they know that, so now yeah, focus on just trying to get into the zone. Oh no, the wing rotate doesn't go as smoothly for Vidil here.
Oh no, he has to wait, and he's not going to have the flow berry, so he's not going to be able to cover as much distance as Reason, and he quickly flies by Trash and takes him down. That's a big elim, but Reason falls as well. They get separated, and that's going to cause a little bit of displacement. They're 400 above the damage threshold, though. I think Vidil has put himself in a position as a solo where that's the only thing he has to worry about is staying alive.
And I have to say, if Swizzy and Vanyak are watching, they must be jumping for joy. All their biggest competitors having tough games. Trappentini down, Vidil trying to clutch as a solo. Cammy and SETI were down below on Surge and not looking as dominant as they have been throughout the day. If all those teams who are competing to try and catch up for first can't get the most out of one of the few games we're going to see Swizzy and Vanyak not
I think
play
you
a
can
part
use
in
the wings. You use the wings, but you just don't. You don't take off. You kind of use them as a.
Still yet to let that happen. He's going to try and do his best as a solo to try and muster up some points. Pressure being applied to Dexy and Eclipse.
Yeah, he has to take advantage of the positioning of where those two players are at. They have their backs up against the zone, and he has to continuously try to spray in, because even though he's not out of resources now, that eventuality will come within the next couple of zones to where he needs some sort of impact refresh on those materials and the hills as well as Mustache, Malabuka. Over 100 above the threshold. They're looking squeaky clean as can be in terms of positioning. Quickly using the Flowberry Fizz, mix that with the dashes, and they waste no time getting from point A to point B.
Almost got scary there from Mustache, but literally dashed right past the trouble. And now, as Janice and Flixie look to re-establish their high ground, Mustache and Malabuka, typically you look at a team with the Grimgate medallion and think they will be the biggest threats for it. That isn't typically their style, so I'm sure we'll keep seeing them on these mid and low layers. Vidil's going to be forced to play on these kind of layers right now when you look at his materials. For the player with the most elimination so far today, 14 total on the day. There is a chance he can add to that tally playing from where he is playing. We'll let the storm catch up to him a bit as he tries to get behind an unsuspecting team. Zone continues to pull far though, and so now he's going to have to start running, figuring out where exactly he is. He's got to go, a player right in front of him. With now just 2 builds remaining, things are looking really tough for Vidil.
Yeah, he's running out of time and opportunity, something he needs both of, but spots into the distance, trying to see who he can jump on to try to get the elimination. SETI can be on the high ground, smooth sailing as they put pressure down from above, and Vidil's luck has finally run out, gets toe tagged and sent back to the lobby. As Cammy and SETI, they look like they're poised to take the high ground. It gets overtaken. Yanis and Flixie, they've been able to hold on to it up until now, where Shraft and Skrill have finally made their presence known.
Mustache and Malabuka still kicking in this game, and with the Grim team alive, you know there's always going to be a threat in the lobby. He's in somebody's box though with SETI and Cammy. They're going to take him out. Oh no, he actually slips away. How does he survive there? The banana waiting for him in his box from Malabuka. And Mustache got really close to the end of his game. These two stay alive though, and that is huge for their duo.
Yeah, slip and slide of movement from Merstash to stay alive, and he quickly dashes to the front side yet again, trying to solidify the positioning in the front side of the zone, but they run into Cammy, they run into Seti. Battle of the Titans. Malabuka dropped down to just a sliver of HP, and you can see everything they were fighting for. The legendary banana to try to get them even further in this game, but down goes Merstash. Malabuka, he's have to be up for a tall task, because now he's left by himself.
Malabuka Merstash just kept running into players on their layer. And it looks like it's going to happen again. He's just dashed past 2 players, but it will eventually take him out. That's Trulex and Chicho.
That was a great attempt to try to dash to safety using Chicho as a box against them, but he still gets taken down altogether. Medallion's changing hands. Trulex, he's the one that has the fighting shot, and you see him switching on over that medallion. He's already got his 3 dashes and his chance to move forward in this game.
Cammy with devious intentions here behind Strapped. He will be able to connect to 1 shot. Won't he be able to finish it though? Strapped will be able to survive as Cammy goes down.
That is just a big defeat for Cammy, but he's done his job. They made it far into this game, trying to close the gap for first place, but so is everyone else. Toos and Karmi staggering themselves back, so that way they can try to sneak up on another team. Frodoxy and Trippin doing the same thing, which means high ground virtually unnoticed.
Trip and Frodoxy trying to cause chaos, and that's exactly what they'll do. Frodoxy now playing the floppers behind, and he takes Trulex down. This is Frodoxy's time to have his typical pop-up, but he's stuck in between 2 teams. Skrill might have just thrown the game away, though. He drops down, and he gets taken out as a result of it. Frodoxy now trying to push his way back up, and he will be able to take high ground for himself.
This is a big opportunity because Frodoxy also has the Medallion of Hades, where he can get the Siphon if he can figure out a way to separate Andalex and Sato in a 1v2, but Shrapt is still alive, and he's trying to cause destruction and distractions. Everything comes crashing down. Frodoxy gets a knock on the 1. Siphon doesn't come through, and the game is ended just like that with Andalex and Sato stealing it away.
Sato is never going to be an easy man to beat in a fight and show.
All right. Good for you. Have we come down on our temperature here? Cool down, my friend. Cool down, my young computer. Where's my mouse? When my mouse say it's ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. I was trying to do something over here. Yes, they do. They do. They carry a lot of health and shield because, well, have they ever had a Fortnite tournament in zero build? How would that look? Is that a thing? Because I'm wondering. I think it's just the way the game is set up. How they have the heal offs are just because the storms close faster than the Fortnite fine tunes it. They want the heal offs. I think they want the heal offs. There's a video out there I just saw about that actually. Because this chapter season was different. They where we could move. You can move with the health and the shields, and then you can like if you only have 80% white health, like if you have 80 HP and you use a full med kit, it'll only take 2 seconds instead of the full 10 seconds for the heal off. So I think the heal offs are a little bit more now. I'm not sure. I haven't really paid attention to the Fortnite Championship series, except for this chapter season. So I don't know how frequent it was before. Oh yeah, let's go down. Let's go down to Snooty, but I want to see. Let's see. It's coming from the south. Okay, so I'm thinking Snooty's going away. Yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen. Look, the storm is moving in this direction. So I'm thinking this is the corner of the map that won't have that won't survive this chapter season change. That didn't work in my favor. That did. Fantastic.
Casing that right at the end there, and the Lexan Sato.
just by judging off, I'm not sure they're going to be contested this time around.
I mean, again, very interesting, right? Oh no. Oh no, don't speak too soon. Forzen and Seb, they are gliding in. It looks like Vanyak and Swizzy have the better drops. No, maybe not actually. No, yeah, Seb and Forzen land first. Vanyak gonna land here on this mythic chest. He's gonna get that SMG. A bit of damage just to get things kicked off here for this Osborne fight. And this is gonna be huge. Again, we saw last time Vanyak was able to win the 1v2, right? So in theory, they did win and beat these guys off spawn, but the third party rolled in, and that was the problem.
Again, probably looting up as fast as they can because they are uncontested at that split behind Baller's Battleground, just southeast. So the longer the fight like this takes to even start, let alone finish, the bigger chance they have to kind of gain that high ground position on the mountain right behind and start the third-party shots down below to kind of create a no-win scenario for either one of these teams.
Absolutely. It'll be key as well to see what happens as Forzen and Seb actually choose. Yeah, they don't even want to get involved in it. They're saying, yeah, we're going to back out. They're running away. But even that loot taken away from the first place team might be a bit of an annoyance. Marius and Sangil, this fight that we've seen over and over again here at the Underworld, will finally go in their favor against Turtle and Cheeps.
And Marius Cal, he's good. He's good.
Chance to get a much better start to the games that they've been having so far, but not everybody having that same sort of luxury. You got two teams already fighting it down, but a third one ready to come in and disrupt it all. Potential 24 points worth of eliminations.
Strawberry lemonade monster is good.
Them all. And for Fast Roki and Robon, that'll definitely do wonders for their position on the leaderboard.
Good.
And hopefully push them inside of the top 5.
I just was surprised when I first took to the sit. I was expecting something else, I guess.
Nobody wants to make the wrong move. Everybody's sort of waiting for someone else to misstep, make a mistake. We'll see when people's patience starts to run out and they decide they want to disengage, or whether they want to force the fight to happen. And so we've already seen one team drop out. Yeah, we ain't got time for all this, man. You guys can sit there and hide in the buildings all you want. We'll go loot up. And then for Stroke and Robin saying, all right, I would also like some loot, so I am going to leave myself.
It's like one of those situations where, as confident as you feel going into a match, going into certain situations like this, it's a whole different feeling when you're actually, you know, fighting a team like Roban and Fast Roki boxed on top, and then you know the third team is coming in, and it almost does stuff to you mentally, almost makes you second guess, is what I'm doing the correct play, is it not? And I think it forces kind of teams to kind of realize they disengage, they take it slowly, but they even look back, land a couple of great shots like that. Looks like a body shot with a sniper, maybe a headshot with the DMR.
Sorry.
Terrible VJ. This is where I'm looking at a lot of teams to really start to make some moves. Swizzy, Vanya doesn't look like they won the fight, but it does look like that team that was once contesting them, that went down to a 2v1 onto Vanya, are leaving, disengaging out of this position. And because no fight is happening here, you also see it on the minimap that that third-party potential team is also leaving. So kind of going back to basics, with the only real difference being contested.
Shouldn't affect them too much. I think what Vanyak and Swizzy have shown is that if you allow them to play a game out, they will be problem makers. Oh no.
Like the sneaky plays, oh my. Didn't think he would actually run back in the direction, and they immediately get their position known.
Oh,
about 80 damage just like that, continuing up on it. This is not good for Reason, but this is fantastic for Queasy and Thomas. Takes one good team out of the lobby, or at least half of it, as Reason is found out. And I'm about to say, Vidil, nowhere in sight, but this is the risk you take for splitting up as far as you do to try to cover ground and get loot and surge for yourself.
Yeah, but they got some points here. That's what I was saying. Split up. If you got the points, split up.
Going through Vidil's head right now.
Placement points.
Not the best spot to be in, but Queasy and Thomas do really well again to just capitalize. We know they've been cooking up strats for how to get surge early, and identifying that these guys play very split and trying to find a way to cut them off as they loot and farm makes perfect sense. Really well played from Thomas and Queasy.
This is a very tough position because Thomas and Queasy always stay around that location regardless of elims.
It's a one tick. These teams are in the storm.
Run into him sooner or later. Fast strokey Robon finally disengage out of their original spot. They have more than enough heals to continue to maintain a strong presence deep within the storm like they are now. It's not too far off, and they even have an option to grab a couple pairs of wings if they kind of work that into their own game plan. And just as we tune in to Teeny and Chap, they already take down Andalex, leaving Sato by himself, fresh off of a victory royale and back-to-back finals appearances for himself. He can only have that positive aspect last for so long, especially with Chap Teeny beginning to aggress in, and they take you out just as quick as you enter the lobby.
That's what Chap and Teeny do. Fighting is just their go-to.
They've been one of the most aggressive duos throughout the weekend, finding opportunity after opportunity. And this one's a little bit of a switch up that we've seen so far. Queasy and Thomas actually getting access to a forecast tower. I don't know how often they've been able to possess this forecast tower, but a team as experienced as them getting the chance to see a zone ahead every single time with their rotations they've been making as deep and long as they've been lasting into the storm. I think as long as they don't stray too far away from their game plan, this will be great.
The answer there is not very often. They've not been getting forecasts very often, but they certainly try to take advantage of it now, but they will be getting pushed here by Frozen and Seb. They're in the box, but Queasy will come up with the goods and deal the damage needed. Thomas there to support as well, and so they'll take both of those guys out again. More damage now. Their surge is sorted. They have enough shields to get themselves back up into a comfortable spot. The materials aren't too bad either. With forecast, these guys are going to be really set up to have a good game here.
Yeah, I expect them at least top 10 in this one.
Oh, was one of them stolen?
Right. Oh, it does look like Banyak with the water bending just steals it away, man. Wondering how he was going to get his surge no longer contested. Well, he made an easy find, and now Vidil still floating around this direction. Because remember, it was Reason who got taken down earlier on around this spot of the map by Queasy and Thomas.
I love how Swizzy and Banyak were just like, nah, we're getting involved with these 7 and 4s guys. You ain't letting them get out of this game without us having a say about it. And now they need to be careful because the deal has a lot of that same passion, that same aggression that they have. You don't want to end up in the Vidil highlight reel.
It really just takes one good shot by Vidil to turn the tables in this fight, especially on someone like Swizzy, who's already missing 50 shields. But now they're just pressuring from multiple angles, trying to take the pieces away, lessen the options that he has to move around. But Vidil, I feel like he knows exactly this, creating so much space.
All right, y'all, give me one moment. I gotta go. I'm gonna go feed some animals, and then I'll be right back.
Swizzy will continue. Shot getting fired off from multiple directions, and eventually the numbers game adds up, and Banyak and Swizzy take him down.
Yeah, Swizzy did well there as Vidil tried to aggress, tried to force the issue, tried to force the 1v1. Just held the shotgun out and slowly dealt with him.
Uh-oh. Does look like they're going to try to do it again, but Queasy, not as patient as he could have been, just fires a shot a little bit too early, gives away his position. Crucial knowledge for Swizzy and Vanya in a moment like that, and they move themselves closer and closer to that bunker that we know Queasy and Thomas like to fight for. Does look like they're going to position, probably box up on that bunker. I think Queasy and Thomas know it. Instead of moving over in that direction, they choose to go elsewhere, get a little bit more elevation, because they know they still need a little bit more when it comes to that storm surge. But what a better place to gain that elevation than Mount Olympus itself.
100%. Tayson and Veno know a lot about elevation. We've seen them base up here on this building of Penson Fields quite a lot this season. Even though they might be done with it here at this point, with the water bending in hand, I wouldn't rule anything out for Tayson. It'd be a great chance to get some more damage, get some more surge tags. Cammy and Seti in the bunker now. Gonna make the most out of that one. to use the base here as well. You can see the bush at the top just to give the extra bit of protection.
We know they more than likely already have a ton of extra heals, and with the bunker opening up right beneath, they get even more. You can see around the map a lot of the players that positioned high up above. Malbuka, no more stash in sight, as that contest over towards Grim Gates, even if it's not an actual contest deep down, will continue.
Yeah, we saw Mustache go down in the feed at the hands of Eclipse, I believe. And it seems to be a pattern with these guys, even though they're able to get out of Grim Gate a lot of the time with that loot and not have too many problems on spawn. It's the mid games that have just really looked rather painful for Manabuka and Mustache, and again for the reigning champions, you know, have some compassion for them. Mid games, Storm Surge, it's not been easy for everyone. Everyone's having struggles with it this season. But it really has been a problem they just haven't been able to solve over the course of the last 11 games.
Yeah, it's something that's going to be so prevalent. When a lobby that is this stacked, nobody really wanted to take too many risks, especially the longer and longer the day goes. There's only this game and one more left. So it'd be disastrous to kind of risk so much for so little this late in the game. As Fast Roki just trying to get the reboot card back for Robon. Probably try to give him a second chance, but here's some footsteps moving in his direction, and that's where he has to quickly about face and try to figure out where he's going to go to try to stay alive. Surprised, see, they're just trying to loot over for scraps just to the north. Fast Roki does have an escape plan with a launch pad that is back there, as long as it's not destroyed at the very minimum. But it does look like he might think that nobody else is still here. Chap Teeny still around this position, so Fast Roki does go for the reboot. He's given up his entire position and the fact that he is by himself in an instant.
He's making a lot of noise. He doesn't know these guys are here. And you see, as soon as the reboot started, the arrows in the bottom right just instantly turn to face him. Japantini probably just gonna let the reboot happen and then get both their limbs. I mean, Fashoki knows they're there now, but yeah, they're literally just gonna wait for it to happen, build up right on it so they can just take Robin down. And Fashoki will put up a fight, but you might just anger these guys even more. I don't know if I'd want to do that. Robin down there.
God, I love the attempt coming out from Fast Roki. He builds up to try to contest them, so that way they don't got free shots to go onto Roban. But it's almost going to be a waste because he floats down to his demise, goes down altogether. Teeny trying to stay alive, getting aggressive. He knows that Fast Roki's weak, and now they're just both bull rushing into the box, trying to use the strength in numbers. But as soon as Fast Roki creates a little bit too much distance for their liking, they reposition, use the Flowberry Fizz to once again go on the onslaught of attack, and Fast Roki's time is quickly running out as he finally gets put down.
And just like that, 12 extra points to add to the tally for these guys, 1,000 above Surge. The maps are looking good. Now if they can just get themselves into a nice spot into the zone, this could be a real big game for Chapintini. And again, a lot of pressure on Chap to perform in his first grand finals. I said I think we'll see the best placement of a rookie we've seen in the FNCS and EU in the past 2 years. Currently sitting in 4th, they could finish even higher than that by the end of it.
It's a true test, I feel like, how good the region actually is, that you're having a rookie contend in one of the toughest FNCSs we've seen in a long time. And he's not only just contending, he actually has a legitimate shot to take over that first place spot, to grab his global championship spot as well. It's top 5. And if Queasy, Thomas, Malibu, or Mustache, either one of those two teams who already have their spot end up into the top 5, then it'll just roll down to the next player on that list. So with two of those guys actually that close, we can see one of those roll down positions come through.
Teddy and Cammy playing in the storm, as we often see them do. I'm just trying to get some shots over towards those players there. I believe that was Chapintini probably rotating past. Not able to connect anything. Yeah, it was Chapintini. You see them now swimming their way on in.
This is going to end up being such a great rotation for them as long as they can find heals afterwards. Because you got to think with everybody moving in from the north side of the map, the west side of the map as well, there's going to be virtually nobody. Because even teams like Queasy, Thomas, Vanyak, and Swizzy, they've rotated away from this spot thinking it was going to kind of center up and that's where they need to go. So well, you're going to be one of the first teams there. It's going to be very, very similar to previous games where Cammy and Seti did the same thing.
Yeah, they might even go up to that house you see just up on the cliff. Maybe even go into brawlers as well. Obviously, they've got these bandies, but just to cap themselves off. It will be something they'll be able to find for sure.
Makes it easier for them to do it because they already have 4 eliminations. We saw them pick up 2 just moments ago, so they really don't have to worry about Surge probably for the next couple of zones, not just 1 or 2. Queasy and Thomas have made their rotation back over towards Brawler Battlegrounds. They don't need much in terms of their loot, but they're just trying to see if there is anything that can help bolster their loadout. You see them find that extra Flowberry Fizz, immediately grabbing that, trading it for the Wings of Icarus. And if they only have 1 between the 2, I think that's an A+ play. Cringe is going to be by himself. 6 below the damage threshold. We just saw him fall, but with other players in the lobby getting active, a couple eliminations. He's going up and down that threshold, and it is currently active as well, so 6 below is not where you want to position yourself. Only a few more seconds for Cringe before he goes down altogether, and it doesn't look like he's even going to try.
Again, just showcasing how tough it is to stay up there when you're doing well day 1 of FNCS in this current format. Cringe and Nom surprised a lot of people, but they're struggling to hold on. This game wasn't the one. They're going to have to make it count in game 12. Manabuka and Mustache, though, have gotten themselves back into this game. Mustache is back up. And even though they aren't looking amazing on the material front, there is still a big chance for them to make some waves in this game.
It almost seems like even though they do not have the mythic gatekeeper, they still might have the medallion to give them the dashes. Just judging by the fact that Malabuka has all 3 and a fresh rebooted Mustache has them as well, and they're immediately trying to dash in. They know they need to figure out an elimination. They need to start getting some loot if they plan on making it further and further into this game, but that opportunity immediately gets shut down by Flixie.
Yeah, as you were saying, they want to try to take that fight. Need to be careful about how they go about it. Benefits of having a dash here, right? Being able to rotate like this, just get past, get ahead of everybody, get yourself in the spot. Just on that zone line. Big find for Venom and Tayson here.
Yeah, this is what we needed. We needed them to kind of continue to pick up the pace when it came from Storm Surge. Tayson going down early has typically put Venno in a situation to where he has to hunt around the map, not only for a position to get the reboot itself, but Storm Surge, so that way they don't drastically fall below the threshold, so that when he gets back up, they immediately have to go for a fight. So they're doing well in terms of almost every aspect. Maybe they can have just a little bit more materials, but considering the circumstances, Venno and Tayson have a legitimate shot at winning this game.
Absolutely. We've
forget
seen
how many
them
move
here
on
in these broader zones already.
I know 5 move on in Europe, but I don't know how many move on in
they like playing in this part of the map. Cammy and Seti are a split duo right now. Cammy playing this out solo, and even though we've seen many solo performances, this could be a tough one. Let's see how Seti went down. Teamy waiting here in this box. Oh no, baited. Just boxed up, boxed like a fish, get him out of it. Seti down. And Teeny and Chap just adding to that tally, right? Again, we know they're one of the contenders, and being able to...
Bro. My mouse isn't working today.
Really mess up one of your biggest contenders on that leaderboard in Cammy and Seti is just so useful now going into these last 2 games.
And it's just unfortunate for Seti going down, taking the bait, because look at this rotation. Virtually a free rotation for Cammy. Nobody really in his line of sight or direction. And the only other duo that might have a chance to try to target them out are so focused on everybody else trying to move in and close the distance inward that Cammy will not be contested at all. And Helmets have a free run. Toos is going to be looking like the only one to kind of watch and have a chance to look in that direction. But just judging by the minimap, it's not being... or happening at all, but it's actually Cammy who looks in that direction of Toos. drops him down to just a sliver of HP. Things are just going right consistently here for Cammy as a solo.
Yeah, and I mean, some free damage there for him. He gets into a nice spot into the zone. Again, we'll see where this zone pulls. If it does pull back towards the congested side, then maybe it gets awkward with some of those teams trying to look at him, but Cammy has the mats to invest to be able to stay in this game just a bit longer.
What is this?
Almost forgot they were even in the game.
What is this right here, my friends?
Did pull right back towards Cammy, so he was in the best possible spot. You see him just there based up in front of Swizzy and Vanyak. He holds the keys to get into that next zone, but they also are in a really nice spot now to look back at some of those teams who now are trying to rotate their way on in. TD and Chap will have another avenue to get in as well, looking to potentially use some fizz and wings just to make sure they can get into that zone.
Tammy's got to be crucial here for anybody that wants to try to take the high ground off the edge of that zone when it does kind of.
This is what I'm looking for.
You see Intini. Swizzy and Vanyak just going through unnoticed. And that's the thing about their game plan. They go through unnoticed. Very few people actually see them until it's too late, which is how they've been so insanely consistent so far. Already in this game alone, they went from 89 points in the lead to almost back over 100.
Yeah, these guys now will have
This isn't
a
even
great
updated.
position
I don't
to
think
just
this is
use the
right.
wings just like this with the fizz. Really nice spot. Was talking about where the zone was going to pull. It did pull right back
this one
towards
might be
Cammy,
right.
so he was in the best possible spot. You see him just there based up in front of Swizzy and Vanyak. He holds the keys to get into that next zone, but they also are in a really nice spot now to look back at some of those teams who now are trying to rotate their way on in. TD and Chap will have another avenue to get in as well, looking to potentially use some fizz and wings.
How do you
just
hide
to
that?
make sure they
I don't want to see this.
into
I
that
want to see
zone.
this.
Tammy's got to be crucial here for anybody that wants to try to take the high ground off the edge of that zone when it does kind of open up. You see Intini and Chap trying to be one of the first teams there, but they keep themselves in open water. They probably think a lot of these teams are trying to use that dry land to try to build themselves, try to hold themselves up, and they're trying to use the road less traveled. You got to make it past points like this. 18 players and teams still left alive. That's a good amount of placement points, but you get half inside of that top 10 and the rest of the half after that. As Trulex, he's just trying to grab as many points as possible, go through unnoticed, even it means risking the road less traveled, so that way teams can try to contest, take each other out, and get him a couple more points as Cammy using the last of his HP heals, and he lands on top of CZP. Gets a little bit of a refresher, some splashes, flow berries, and some builds to try to keep himself strong.
Cammy doing his best here solo. And I mean, we know he can clutch up and save a bunch of points. Needs to be careful. The height team's looking right at him, and there's players in the front of the zone staring in his face as well. Has to use all the remaining of these materials just to stay alive in this game.
Yeah, it's gonna be worth it for Cammy. Rather have no materials
good
lasting
move.
long in the end game instead of trying to save them and going down altogether. Teeny Chap, they're the ones that have that first sense of the high ground for now, but we've seen it change hands just a few times throughout the day in these last couple zones as Cammy staggering himself, trying to go through unnoticed, but almost everybody in the lobby spots him out. Tayson takes him down, but quickly falls after the comeback. Battle for the high ground is gonna fight between Malibuka and Mustache, but they dash to the front side of the zone instead.
Barely missing that shot there, Malibuka. But it's still going to be trouble in paradise for Teeny and Chap. Teeny going to force the issue here as a solo drops right down into X-Force's face and takes him down, sends him to the lobby. And so even though he doesn't have height anymore, Teeny is still going to be kicking. But look who it is. Surprise, surprise. Vanyak and Swizzy. They don't want to take this to the last game. They want to close out the FNCS right here. They want to take it.
They're the number one in Europe right now. This Vanyak.
And so Vanyak is going to once again have to try to do it solo.
Two different players that he can get the loot, but Teeny's also by himself. There's only one team still left in this lobby. Well, they are out. This is all solo still left alive. Malibuka dashing across, gets a huge elimination onto one. Pressured from the other side. That's Teeny knocking on the door, and he wants in.
It's the battle of the solos. Who will be victorious right now? Teeny tramples over Malibuka, and he's looking to do that a couple more times. Just one player remaining against Vanyak and Teeny. It's Hizix who's gone up to height, and Vanyak wants to stop that from happening altogether, but he's got to be careful. He's got to watch his HP. He's very, very low now, but Hizix will eventually fall. And so now the 1v1 between Teeny and Vanyak.
Martini's taking the sacrifice, going deep in his zone, quickly dashing his way there. Vaniac now trying to drop on down, and this is it.
They're going to take it 1v1.
He's trying to take over. He just doesn't want to take part in a game like this, but he is out of builds. And Teeny, he has the high ground, and he is ready to seal the deal.
Nice.
Goes Vaniac, and he steals it away. 11 eliminations.
He's number one.
Have we just
That's the number one in Europe right there.
How many more times is Vaniac going to clutch? How many more times are we going to look
funny.
at him and go, are you really going to keep doing this? So many eliminations when he just shouldn't be getting any of them really, but he just makes it work every single time. The wing tech at the end, Jacob, to surprise Teeny completely and win the game. Vaniac and Swizzy, they want that FNCS championship more than anybody else right now.
I thought I saw the best play of the weekend yesterday with Podesai and Stacey in the Wings of Icarus crashing down from above, but that has just been bested. Vaniac.
That was the Wings of Icarus right there.
Taking over FNCS. That is 3 victory royales this weekend and a huge domination on that leaderboard.
These guys just cannot be phased. I mean,
Europe's last game's coming up. We got one more game. Everybody's fighting for the top 4 positions. You ain't getting first. You ain't getting first in Europe. They just clutched. They just sealed the deal at first place with them in Europe. So we'll throw one on while they're getting the last game set up. Let's see. If it's 3 o'clock. How are they gonna make one whole? They got one game left. How are they gonna make? How are they gonna stretch? I guess they got awards. I don't know how that works. How does awards work? Like how do you? Do they virtually accept it? Do they virtually? Might freeze on us. What was that, my friend? Oh yeah, I gotta switch this thing. Clip that. Woo-wee. Boy's hot right now. They took care of these, huh? You can do it. Okay. Don't go through the window. It's all right. What? This thing without a scope honestly sucks. It doesn't even matter if you're gold. Almost. Almost the bounce I was looking for. Got no more ammo. Looking good. This will be good. I can dash through on this way. Saw some Houston behind us. over there? Think he's in there anymore? I don't see him really moving much. Unless he's staying in the storm. It is only a 1 tick. Can't still be in there. He must have went around. I pulled it at the end. Get that little chain guy out of here. I'm tired of him. What? Oh, I was out. It's an 8-tick. Well, that's what happens when you run out of stuff. You lose. Especially in builds.
Maniac is definitely
yeah, the longer and longer he stays in the position.
Here
like
we go.
that,
The final
even if he
game
kind
of the
boxes
Europe
on high ground,
Grand
that'll definitely
Finals
make him
Major
target.
2s
Now he's looking
is
at the
underway.
troll
Here we go,
under
ladies
the
and gentlemen.
bridge
Let me replace this battery.
and try to really not let anybody pass him. Teeny. As you see how he got that elimination onto Tripper and just flying through the sky. Can't imagine he goes back to back. I don't think he does. Fordoxy still figured out a way to stay alive.
just causing problems for everyone. That is what Teeny is known for being, right? He's known for being that menace in the lobby, the guy that's always just gonna be creeping, lurking somewhere, just a thorn in your side. He's done that so well.
Gonna fly out of a picnic, making some good food, got some good dessert, but he's just buzzing around. He won't go away. Doesn't matter how many times you try to swat him down.
We're back.
Teeny's just one of those players that just can outlast everything. And
All right,
even
I'm gonna step
looking down
aside
below,
for
he knows
1 second.
Somebody is positioned down there. He's just waiting, knowing that that player has to rotate and eventually leave that cover. I think he's going to try to hold his spot, get the elimination, and try to go from there. And that's the shots coming in from above. Teeny know exactly what he wants to do, when he wants to do it. And there's very few people that can deny him these opportunities.
There you go. Noms taken out of the game. Teeny needs to hold his nerve here. The banana will allow him some time here in the storm, and he'll use the minis as well just to be safe. But Relvis and Debuel almost put a halt to their tournament. And even though he wasn't able to get chat back into this game, he's done a great job. He finds another one. Wow, Teeny again, just the menace, the lobby menace. You think you're safe, and Teeny's just lurking behind you somewhere with a water-bending mythic.
We've
Ready
seen
to ruin your day.
We've seen little moments like this to where a solo, you almost got to catch them out, and you look at their loot, they're like, oof, tough spot for them to be in. But we're always have been surprised today, at the least. Teeny still making some wonders happen. Position himself inside of the zone, and he gets gifted a blessing. He has the front side as well, so he doesn't have to travel far, but there's so many teams all around him, and he's just trying to create space. 2 HP. Pixie walks are on the other side. They're knocking out the door, and he is answered by getting taken down. You see Vanya just continuing to spread the gap.
Oh my god.
Goats won. It goes back to back shortly after. The victory lap is real.
No, they want the win to close it out, Jacob. They want to win the last game in style. They want to get a fourth. I don't blame them.
I mean, with a lot of our teams towards the top of the leaderboard having some struggles or taken out already, definitely a high possibility. You see Trulex and Chicho trying to get their surge before they fall below 23, but instantly rise to the occasion along with their Storm Search. It's still only 73 above. That's not a feeling of confidence for most, especially for Trulex and Chicho. And you know you could do more, and instantly you see them just shooting up that damage threshold, almost 300 above that leaderboard.
That little waterbender is good for the damage threshold,
Just they're not comfortable at the same time. They lack a lot of heals.
And this is a really big endgame, the biggest endgame of the season for Trulex and Chicho. As it stands, they're in a spot that would qualify them for globals, but they want to hold on to that spot. They want to push ahead to secure that spot fully, because they don't know who's behind them in the leaderboard. You could have the pop-off game that just eclipses them.
That's true.
You almost don't want to leave it to chance at all. When you leave it to the judges, anything can happen. Roban, Faststroke, just peeking through. A lot of this lobby here on this next zone do have a good pull, so it's not the furthest distance to cover. But that's not necessarily a good thing, because now everybody's rotating parallel to one another, where a lot of risky opportunities will come through. Roban and Faststroke, because since they're one of the furthest teams up, they have all the time in the world to stagger their position before they figure out what they have to do.
Thomas and Queasy.
Just rotating up above, 208 damage. Almost gets caught off guard in very similar scenarios like they have already on the day so far, to say the weekend. 184 damage though. For them, they already have their global championship spot. It's about cementing their legacy and their name on this region as Andalex and Sato move and grooving. Once again, going to the front side of the zone, changing layers. That way they have the safest path there.
Andalex and Sato now doing their best to push their way on up. Podesine Snazy, the gentle mates up on height, but there won't be anything gentle about this height tick, I promise you that. Banyak, he's trying to do it again. Jacob, he's trying to give us another big solo clutch. They've given him the materials needed to do it. He's got some shields as well with the chunk splashes. The fizz as well being picked up. Oh, Chicho and Trulex have run into a bit of a problem here. Can Trulex stay alive in this game? He needs to use every last bit of these materials to do it.
As of now, they're outside of the bubble. 50 HP and counting. Legendary Banana Pop. He is definitely up for the task. We talked about his solo clutches so far this weekend. This is going to be one for the ages, and he goes down. Trulex and Chicho from outside of the bubble have fallen.
And one of the wolves trying to take his position is Andalex and Sato. We've seen them already do big things here in the FNCS.
Does this guy just roll by himself?
Even bigger in this last game. Banyak though, the champion, strutting his stuff in this end game, doing his best to ruin it for anyone else. Reason still alive in this game, 571 points. They're going to the globals if he can keep holding on.
They were the line to start the game. Did they hold on? 571 points. That was formerly the 5th place team, but the leaderboard has jumbled all around up until this point. And Andalex and Sato, they have the high ground for now, but there's still so many heavy hitters still left in this lobby that have a claim for the throne.
Andalex and Sato now need to go ballistic in this endgame if they want to be playing in the Global Championships come September. And we know that's exactly what they can do. Queasy now using this medkit in the storm to try and stay alive, try to heal the rest of his opposition. And he's done a great job of it so far.
We just know that 500 plus points. Queasy is close to that top 5 position. This is going to be a huge moment for him to try to stay alive, and he's bouncing around, running out of builds and running out of opportunity. One of 2 solos still left in this game, and you can see him changing layers, trying to gain some height, trying to create some space. He doesn't know where this next zone will pull, with high ground finally spotting him out. This is where things will get tough.
Queasy doing his best to stay alive, but with just 14 HP, you've got to think his time has come. It's Sato to take him out. They've got 6 now, and they need to start clearing out even more players.
Pixie walks on the low ground.
Why wouldn't they have any whites?
Control of it. Sato still trying to stay
None of
alive.
these players have white health.
Sato just gets tagged
Europe's
out.
weird.
7 HP and a dream.
They don't want Europe doesn't want to go to heal off.
They're able to take down Pixie, but he gets stuck. He's stuck in the crevice. He's stuck in the hole, and he goes down for it. Final 2 position, and the game goes to Alex and Snazy.
A big game for Andalex and Snazy. Oof, I should say Andalex and Sato. I mean, big stuff there. They played height so well. They fragged out when they needed to at the end. And a bit of misfortune there from Comeback and Blaha that leads to their success. And we'll see if it was enough
Some
for
official
them
standings
to
here
go
soon
to the global
for the Europe.
championships. I mean, they were fighting from a behind position. They've been excellent today. If you were to look at just the leaderboard for today alone, they'd be going straight to globals 100%. But after a poor start in day 1, they had to have this big day to catch up. And we'll find out if they did or not, but I know it's going to be close, Jacob.
Andalex and Sato have been waiting in the wings. They started that game just outside of the top 10. I can only imagine what a huge win like that will do to what it says on that leaderboard, but there's only 3 people that can break it down and let us know who's going to the Global Championship. Frankie, Takada, Midi, let us know.
Let us know.
Thank you so much, Levin and Jacob. And gosh, it feels like a bit of an honor to get to reveal the leaderboard for this one. We're going to keep you waiting just a little while longer while we talk about Andalex and Sato Takata, because what a turnaround for the books this day 2 has been. That second place, that narrow miss of the Victory Royale, and then 2 whopping Victory Royales. These boys want a seat on the plane to Dallas.
Whopping.
I mean, what a way to clean it up, right? It was close, though. Jacob said it himself. 11th place going into this match. So, I don't know. I mean, it's top 5, depending on where Malibu and Stash end as well. I can't even predict anything. It's way too close.
Well,
we gotta
you
keep
know
this thing
what?
rotated.
We could predict going into game number 12, the new owners of the Axe of Champions. Congratulations to Swizzy and Vanyak. You are our EMEA Major 2 champions, the kings of Europe, the kings of the high ground, the kings of every single situation that was thrown their way, Mini Miner.
Wow. This duo have been absolutely flawless all weekend. A lot of people expected them to do well. I don't think anyone could have predicted them to do this well, and they just kept on proving us wrong every single game, no matter whether it was a solo clutch from Swizzy, a solo clutch from Vanyak. Either one of them could take it, and wow, this is a duo that I think we have to look forward to seeing in global championships, because looking at Swizzy, he's done it on Asia, he's done it now.
I think I gotta do an update on my tablet
again. So this guy, I mean, he just cannot stop the Swizzy train right now.
Cannot stop.
Did I do my times wrong?
I mean, hurdles is what these duos got. In day 1, they traveled the
No.
furthest
They'll be done
out of any
3:30,
duo
hour
just
break.
to get to zones, but they still ended in first
okay.
place. And in day 2, they get surprise conned in the last matches. You know what they say? We don't have a problem with that. They still end up coming on top after being contested, after having to rotate incredibly far. Just hurdles and hurdles, but hurdles do not bother this duo, and that's why they're here today, and that's why they're holding that Axe of Champions.
Does looking at this duo make you even more excited for Dallas Mini Miner? Because I feel like with such a dominant display here, having just been a duo for 1 season, we could be looking at a very high placement for these boys at Global Championships.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this is a duo, as you mentioned, that formed their season. Their bond seems to be inseparable right now. Swizzy earlier posting on socials, I love my duo for good reason, because both of them have been pulling their own weight today. And I just think the ability to take all of that pressure, considering Vanyak as well, this is his first FNCS title, so he hasn't been in this situation before, to take all that pressure, take it on board almost, and think, right, let's just use this as momentum. Right. Even when there's a team contesting them, they seem to have all the answers, and I think this is a duo that we have to keep our eyes on, because they just don't seem to be...
I guess it depends on what region of Europe, because the accent could be good or it could be annoying.
Well, I do believe we can now find out who will be joining Swizzy and Vanyak in Dallas, because we have our leaderboard ready. We have the top 5. So let's find out who have got those golden tickets to the United States of America. We already know Swizzy and Vanyak, Chap and Teeny.
They
what
pulled
a
this off
performance from
right
Chap.
at the
We
end,
mentioned
you think?
earlier that this is the best debut in the last couple of years we've seen from a new player in Europe making their debut in grand finals. Seti and Camby wouldn't be globals without them. Vidil and Breeze, an incredible performance today. And last but by no means least, after the way that they performed on day 2 of these finals, Andalex and Sato. I mean, mini minor. These guys turned it out.
After day number 1, Andalex and
did they move up?
Sato were in 46th on the leaderboard. 46. A lot of people would have looked at that and said,
They
yeah,
just got
that's
into
it.
globals?
Go next
Just
season.
like
It's
that?
not happening. They came out of the gates today and they just proved all of those doubts.
I bet you they're still jumping up and down right now.
Back on the map for duos, and this is a duo that now
That's
they have to
crazy.
continue that momentum. That's going to be an absolutely incredible feeling for both of them just to clutch it up in that last game, and of course, Takata in some style.
I mean, even from day 1 to day 2, from the last match, literally, they were 11th place, Mini. They were in 11th, not even in top 10. And the Victory Royale put them on the borderline, the cutoff to qualify to the Global Championships. But they've secured their golden ticket now, and you know that they definitely have a smile on their face.
Well, let's take a look at the standings as well, because it'll be nice to see who
About
else
time.
made it into the top 10. It's not just about global championships. It's not just about the active champions, but of course, how much money our duos have earned. And I mean, that is such a generous first place prize
that.
pool for Swizzy and
These
Vanya.
guys just got
They're gonna
paid.
have great spending money
Let's
for
see.
Dallas, but also
There's
as you
3
can
of these a
see,
year.
Pixie and Works were earning themselves 15k in 10th position, and you know what? We've got another major coming in just a few short weeks, boys, as well. So there are always opportunities to still get
Interesting.
another spot in those all-important global championships. It's interesting as well because when you look at that top 5, none of those duos had already booked their spots in global championships. Murtash and Malabuka and Queasy and Thomas, who absolutely dominated major number 1, have just come outside the top 5. It's like it was scripted, I have to say, Takata.
I mean, yeah, if you took out number 1 through 5, you took out the top 5 duos, we literally just have a replica of Major 1, right? Malabuka, Murstache on top, Queasy, Thomas
Interesting.
right below. But you know, I know they're not complaining. Quick 50, quick 40K, it's a good way to go. Already with having those spots in the Global Championships secured as well. It's all about Major 3, and it's
Imagine
all about
that.
prep now.
Big shout out there to Truelex and
Go give
Cheap
a
Show as
sneeze.
well. I just want to give them a mention because they're a team that a lot
Well, there you go. There's the Europeans, the Europos, Europas. Good for them. They didn't even play a full match, and they still up there. All right.
a lot of people would have written
I
off
think
going
this
to
is going to come back in about 40 minutes. Yeah, 4:30. Twitchy.
What up? Very valuable experience. So I just appreciate you guys being here with me, you know? But without further ado, yeah, I'm gonna host the FNCS champion, my boy Vanya Cake.
52. 52. А мы же не можем квитнуть, мы же играем.
I'm gonna see you guys.
Мы же на лан квальнулись. WWW.
I'm gonna see you guys in a little bit. Okay?
WWW.
How do I go
I'm
in?
gonna see
How do
you
I
guys in a
follow?
little bit.
How do I do this? I don't Twitch.
Осуждаю, не поддерживаю данное высказывание.
I don't understand this guy's name.
Осуждаю. Я донат
What are you
не
saying?
контролирую.
What's he saying?
Осуждаю.
When?
Граджик.
I'm streaming.
Laid down the gauntlet to Zeke and
where's my timer?
friends to impress us tonight. But you know what? Like,
All right, we'll be back. We'll be back here. We'll be back in like a little bit. Let's play. Oh, I didn't let it cool down this time. Oh no. Oh, no. Hold on. Let's let it cool down a little bit. We're just going to have to let it cool down a little bit. I'm just going to have to let it cool down just a little bit. We're hurting. We're hurting on our score over here. There's like no kills. Where's nobody to find? I mean, we were looking. Do it. Let it cool down a little more. NPC. That's cool. Ah, look at all these. Blowberries. Slurp trucks. Fireflies, anybody? Fireflies? They took all the bounty ones out. Oh, it even does the dumpsters. That's funny. Alright, let's give her a try here. Who's just hot in here today? I don't even think you can hear that. I don't even think it's picking that up. Wrecked. Chapter 5, Season 3, Wrecked. Wrecked comes to Battle Royale on May 24th. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's see something. Go over this stuff. I don't think. Uh-oh. It's Fortnite. Fortnite. Yeah, here we go. Oh, yeah. this is the full one. That's how I was trying to exit out of it. Check this out, y'all. This was last night at the Munster Jam in California. The FORTNITE Battle Bus. This is all. Oh, it's a low quality version. These are the leaks. This is when it was starting to leak. What a terrible quality one. Uh-oh. Here it goes. Here it goes. Get it. You won't.
Okay.
You won't. How that keeps happening. I really don't know how that keeps happening. All right, get it. Missed it. What? Hey! What is this, a rookie driver? What's going on? You ruined it! It was the first jump and you... Alright, bring it back. Bring it back around. Right. Yeah! Alright. Alright. We ain't dropping no more! Jump to it! Get it! Get it! Where you going? No, this way. It's over here. Okay. Well, there you have it. The battle bus got destroyed. What was that? That was quite eventful there. I think that they yelled at him. They had to have docked his pay for this one. They had to have docked his pay for this. They had to have been like, no, that's a fine. We had to use that the next show. You just, oh. It's on the way, my friends. It's on the way. The dust cloud. Who else we got? Who else is leaking things? Okay, we got all the monster truck stuff. Okay, Fallout. Here we go. Here we go. Full version. Now we go. Now we're talking. They only released 18 seconds of it though. Okay. Well, there you go. Storm Cloud, nothing new there. There's a new skin here, it looks like. Because these are the two crack skins. Yeah, that's a new skin. Why does it say no swimming? Hold up. Hold up. Do we get hurt? Hold up. Do we get hurt somewhere in the swimming? It says no swimming here. I wonder if water hurts you in a certain area as the other water heals you. That's weird. Okay. Okay. Got some new vehicles, it looks like. New skin. Those are new vehicles. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting, my friends. No. Hold on. No. Two days ago. I'm not seeing any more leakers on the let's see, Twitter. Is it just Hi-Fi or Monkey? Here we go. There's a boat. There's a boat in Season 3, apparently. I wonder if this boat is in water you get hurt in. Huh? Maybe? Ooh, Fortnite OG 2's coming. I don't think anybody's noticed the water thing yet. We'll see if I'm the first one to break that one. If I'm the first one to crack that code. No water, no swimming right there. Tell me I'm not the first to crack that code right there. Uh-huh. Look at that. He ruined that. All right. Well, there you go. There's a little preview. So far, we got what? 5 days? Something like that? Friday? So there's a little preview so far of what's coming in Season 3. Fortnite. Right here. I'm gaming on LAKETIME. Yeah, OG Fortnite was fun. That turned in, I mean, I haven't done many seasons, but that turned into one of my favorite. I've only done, what, 2 chapters? 8 seasons? 8 seasons now? Something like that. Well, 3 chapters if you include OG. They don't want none. Playing since season 1. We got an OG. Uh-oh, someone's already on the roof there. Real OG, triple OG. Hey, here. You're no third party me. I third party you. Oh, Hades, what are you doing up here? Well, hello. Who knew Hades had it like that? The boy's on my tail. Well, my computer finally overheated. That was a good run. We had Hades. We did pretty good there. I'm gonna have to restart this. Stand by. You won't be able to hear me for a little bit, but we'll come back online in a second. Well, we're back. Well, let things cool down a little bit, huh? It's probably like the peak of the heat right now anyway, so this will work. All right, let's see if we got FNCS Major 2. Actually, we'll just go to all right. That's what I want to watch.
Even if you haven't necessarily had the day one that you'd envision for your by closing day one out in a respectable fashion.
This will work. This is about halfway through.
Start to get really serious for Kanata and Cooper right here. There's no room for error, no time to drop.
Well, it's really only on the storm, first storm,
and
third
honestly,
storm.
pressure's on for them more than any
This
other
was
team in
the
lobby, as
last
Peter
game of
Boyo
yesterday's.
effectively have so much of a cushion established.
I think
with
so.
how many
I think it was
points
last
they have
last
Kanata
game.
and Cooper, if it wasn't already
Yeah.
quite noticeable,
Yesterday's
that they need a lot of points.
game.
But they also
I
just
didn't
can't
stream
drop
it,
for themselves,
so we'll
as that
watch the
local
last game
championship is
yesterday.
on the line here, but jumping over Peter Bot and Boyo.
Grabbing new water and stuff. Thank you guys for joining me. Let me step away for a second. You guys can take a look at yesterday's game. Last game, game 6. We got 6 more games today.
Aiden and Hound, the same team they saw earlier, lurking closely, but not too much of a threat. And honestly, Peterbot's keying in that direction, so they're telling us everything we need to know about how they want to play right now. I think we're seeing them likely chase those big numbers.
Again, 423 points. That's what they're looking to beat. They are well within striking range. 11 points left to go. Excuse me, make that 10. Quick maths here on the NA side of things, but Batman Booga Rapid, this has got to be the worst position to find yourself in because Peterbot, ample amount of medkits, 3 of them to count. And that waterbending mythic as well just gives him so much leverage from keeping Batman Booga and Rapid at bay. They're not going to be able to find a very easy rotate, and that's part of the reason why we see them come to a halt. They're hoping that Peterbot and Poyo aren't going to look to keep pushing forward. One disadvantage that Peterbot and Poyo do currently have is that it's a long trek to make it towards zone. Yes, they're trying to heckle some of the other teams along the way, but their priority is definitely fixated on just making it into zone.
So far, so good right here. Sphinx and Threats, though, deep in the storm right now as well. This is to the southern side here. You have Zeus and Pikes up top and Threats up there by himself right now. I'm more curious as to why Sphinx hasn't gone up. Feeling that this is a dangerous position to be in nonetheless, but there it is. So Threats actually ends up coming down instead. They have medkits, they have bananas. Should be okay, and yeah, okay. Luckily the team moves on, but not too far off.
Smart rotate though from Sphinx and Threads. They're gonna opt for the dead side. They might have it all to themselves. At least it'll be a much safer rotate because only Zeus and Pikes directly above them. Sphinx and Threads, I think, making the right decision here to keep rotating along the dead side of this mountain face here at Mount Olympus.
Take a look at the highlight though. Rapid and Batman Booga, one of those few teams we saw being pushed by Poyo out there in the storm, finds an elimination onto Hound. The 110 just destroying what was left of Hound's HP there, giving them more points there. Rice and Bolts secure this Rift Island. And they do it comfortably with no resistance here. You can see very rarely does someone capture the point without any cones above the base, so no one even looking to step foot up here, but I think that's just a telltale of the storm here as it's pulling far north right now and continuing to go that way.
Yeah, keep in mind that Rift Island also practically spawning right above where Brazen Bolts like to drop in the first place. Dumptonhausen, because they love having the opportunity for a potential weapons bunker, potential forecast tower. Clix definitely does not love this current situation he's caught up in, though. No Epic with him either. It's all down to Clix to clutch this one up against the likes of Z-Link. And he's got fire coming in from a couple of separate angles. Big tag in response from Z-Link. Quick halt towards Clix's quick attacks. But Clix, he's gonna follow. Lavish Lair. This engagement going on maybe a little bit longer than Clix had been hoping for, but at this point, it's his only option. He might be able to reboot Epic if he can take down Z-Link.
Yeah, I like the aggression here, especially while he was under the effects of the, the mythical banana, giving him the health advantage. And honestly, alleviating the pressure of having to worry about the storm, but getting to the zone first there, getting to this reboot van, he'll be able to get this quick pickup, put him back in the game. This is game 6, the last game for day number 1 right now. You're watching Clix and Epic Whale. Likely to be picked up here, but no, canceled, and Clix shouldn't have faked it. I think he should have committed, but now it's all or nothing, and into the box he goes, and Z-Links wins the trade. They say pros don't fake, and that is exactly why you don't do it for good reason right there.
I really want to know how close Clix was to finishing
got
that.
me a little
Skittles
snack too.
Elimination onto Neko. Unlucky, but I really feel as if that reboot van could have potentially been stuck there by Clix. Still, decisions. I respect the commitment either way. Clix went with his gut in that situation. He opted to drop it and go for the 1v1 challenge. It happens to the best of us sometimes. We'll see what day 2 has in store for Clix and Epic Whale. But for right now, it's all about Pars and Baka. And whether or not they continue trying to push back some of these other teams.
Yeah, I was watching that last night.
Is hanging out on the edge of zone, but right
And
next
Clix.
to them in a surge base of their
He
own.
just basically
Pollo,
ended the stream.
Peterbot.
I would have
We
too.
saw them with a long haul run from across the map just about. The fact that they're this close already, it seems their prioritization of just making it towards the zone has definitely paid off, because
that said
if
Mike
not,
Tyson.
their choice of the pickings from those teams
Twiz
trying to scurry
Nixon.
into the edge of zone.
It's close.
What's crazy about that? That wasn't even Peterbot or Pollo's base. They just like broke their way into it and took someone's
Yeah, it's
old
mine now.
surge base. Yeah, it's theirs now. Pretty insane. Meanwhile, Mixon and Paco, if you study their gameplay coming out of the semifinals where they did perform well, this is a lot of what it looked like early in dead side rotates, trying to find themselves in prime high ground positionings, very textbook. You can see it's been paying off pretty well for them, minus the couple of games where they got shut down in the mids. Look at this, zone is gonna pull down this way. So far they are in the most optimal position. Actually, do they get the forecast tower? Because this is looking suspiciously strong as far as positioning is concerned right now. High ground, it's like we've seen this before.
There could have potentially been a forecast tower that they might have opted to go for near Lil Villa, which is the split that Yamzo and Rise like to opt for by Hazy Hillside Tunnel. But again, whether it was their direct acquisition of the forecast tower or not, Mixon and Paco have definitely found themselves some prime real estate. Peterbot and Pollo, 418 points now, by the way. This is an excellent position for Peterbot and Pollo to set a record for day 1 performances in every single region. Their point count, they only need just a little bit more. 423 is the mark to cross. And this is a relatively healthy looking Peterbot and Pollo MDF.
Yeah, that elimination was huge for them, not only for the damage, but the material counts. They ended that one really quickly. And where Paco and Mixon gave up their positioning, a new team steps in. It's Curve and Tyler looking desperately for a fight right now. 3 games now, they've had surge issues. Not sure what has gone differently or wrong for them out of the first 3 compared to this backstretch, but it has been really bad for Curve and Tyler, and it seems like the pressure settles in here as Sphinx and Threats just mow down Tyler and Curve is likely to get followed up shortly afterwards. This is 7th place versus 12th, mind you. It's just not looking good right now for Curve. I mean, he can't run away. Yeah, you need the damage or it's over.
Definitely no escape. And part of the problem for Curve and Tyler, I think it's less so what they're doing wrong and more about what everyone else is doing right surrounding them. Initially, they were getting some early encounters with Bugha and Agers. But after like the second lobby, Curve and Tyler, they started straying a little bit more north from their drop east of Mount Olympus, finding themselves getting tangled up with Chimp and Scissor over at Summit Temple, Summit Base Camp area where Chimp and Scissor like to drop. And they're just not winning those exchanges. They're finding themselves behind on Surge, almost hesitating in a sense with some of their fights. And that's just part of the adaptability that comes into play with the Grand's lobby. These players all function at such a high caliber of play that
this is a team I'm rooting for.
The slightest slip
Reading Ritual
is all it takes for some of these more experienced teams, I think, to try and capitalize and punish, and that seems to be the case more often than not here for Curve and Tyler, but hopefully it doesn't disorient them too much heading into day number 2. They at least got half the process right at our starting point of the day. They just need to try and replicate that, and more so for day 2.
Endgame's within reach now for Kanata and Cooper here. 194 damage above the Surge, and Boyo is desperately hurt here on the edge of Storm. Pressure coming in. Little does Cooper and Kanata know that that is the right decision to make right there. Singling out the teams here on the edge of Storm. But they let up the gas, and Boyo finds an opportunity now to bounce back into it, but not before this next duo comes in from the low ground there. And Peterbot opting to get out of there. He wants to make a move here for some safer positioning, more high ground. Has to be careful though now. Even closer to the likes of Cooper and Kanata here, but safe nonetheless here on the edge of the Storm.
They may have just delivered Cooper and Kanata a prime opportunity.
No
heals. Palm was incredibly low though, but yeah, Peterbot and Boyo definitely wish that they had some heals right about now. They still have that aspect of agility to split between each other. And here it is, Kanata taking note. It's Muzz. Oh, unfortunate. Can't get his way across the water. That's going to be a knock. Thermal scope on the DMR. Very problematic for so many pros trying to rotate in. And this zone pull as well, Monster. Pretty vicious.
Oh, this is a bad zone. Not only is it a bad zone for,
I don't mean to click on there.
Kanata, Cooper. It's bad for Peterbot, Boya, but they have the medallion. They'll be able to dash around the outskirts, and I do think they're already on the move, but Baka and Pars are very much in the top of the standings. This is probably going to be the end of the run for them if they don't get any further. As I was outlining it, you see it. Dusted in chalk there. They're gone. They're down. They're out. That's top 3 set up. Still a phenomenal performance nonetheless. It'll put them on the standings, gearing up for day 2. Oliver OG falls here as well, and this is just claiming its toll here now in Kanata from one fight into the next one. It's not going to be easy, and they have a lot more teams here to fight through as this is going up the high ground now. There's no avoiding it.
I'm still not going to count out Kanata and Cooper, though, after what we witnessed from Game 5. We've seen them in a very similar situation in Lobby 5, and yet they still managed to make it work. All they need
Kanata and Cooper were going crazy yesterday.
To not recognize where they're currently situated. They just need some materials, a refresh of any sort, no matter how it comes by. But the acquisition of such a refresh, the odds of it are definitely looking slimmer and slimmer with every second that passes by. And as soon as this next zone pulls, this is brutal for even Cooper and Kanata.
Boya just got finished right there, and now it's up to Peterbot here. He's got his medallion, he's got no HP. The heals with, though, the 180, and just deletes Finks to keep him in the game. Clutching up out of nowhere, and the siphon material acquired as well, giving him just enough math, but then Cooper falls as well. And this is what we talked about, that being such a difficult rotate. It wasn't just gonna be difficult for the likes of our first place team, but it was going to be difficult for every single player on the north side of the zone. Peterbot now 33 HP. as you can see, he is not indestructible, but he is still so very hard to take down right now. Utilizing all of his Flowberry Fizz, that's showing us that he is desperate here to have any advantage in any moment. He takes down Reet on the move there.
Disgusting what Peterbot just did to Reet. Reet never even had any idea of what was coming, but that refresh, God tier currently for Peterbot. Reet had so many goodies in his loadout, and Peterbot more than happy to snag up every single one of them. Those splashes as well.
That can be a good rivalry. I wouldn't mind that one. Reet and Peterbot. Reet versus Peterbot.
Low ground. He might actually catch up to where Kanata is at. It's only a matter of time, but first Kanata has to deal with all the players currently surrounding him. Sees one opportunity, but the solo makes his way out of Kanata's clutches. Peterbot, another one onto Iyamzo even. 4 eliminations. The solo performances that we have expected to see so far. And Kanata, unfortunately, the lights have turned off. Ritual finds a similar fate. It's all Peterbot just trying to hold on here.
And let this be a lesson of how much of an advantage that medallion of agility is giving a player like Peterbot right now, allowing him to get from position to position before teams even realize. And honestly, it's working out so well for him as he's approaching nearly 500 points. We're inside the top 5 right now, and he is still alive.
They don't let him win this. Surely, there's still a couple of duos left standing. Peterbot from behind, both in his sights.
He almost won that. He almost won that.
Peterbot, but so much damage having already been applied. Bryce, easy pickings now for Mixon and Paco, who are waiting on the low ground. Bolts trying to do what he can, scurrying around the builds, gets a knock onto Paco. That forces Mixon as a solo situation. Blake and Macwood, they've been relatively quiet all day so far, but this might just be their one. This is their game. To close out the day, Blake and Macwood, they found the performance that they needed to because they were definitely needing that jump in the leaderboard.
Respects to Blake and Macwood finding their moments of greatness, not only in game 1, but to close out the day strong here in game number 6. This is just day 1 of the FNCS.
So that was from yesterday.
Finals, really giving us a sample of the weekend, of course. And my, oh my, what a performance from everyone there at the very end to really, you know, keep things interesting for us here at Taco.
For a moment, though, it really looked like Peterbot was about to pull it off. I mean, if it had not been for Bryce and Bolts getting that quick flick turnaround onto Peterbot, we might have been looking at a different situation entirely because, as you pointed out, that aspect of agility, definitely difficult to work against. But Macwood and Blake, we saw them from the high ground. Nobody else really had an opportunity to look up. Even when they ran out of builds at the end, they still had done more than enough damage to get the job done.
Take a look at the reaction, the pop-off from Blake. Like we said, they played very, very well to kick things off. They were inside the top 5, and now they get to close out with a victory royale. Respects to Blake and Macwood. I'm not sure if we've ever actually caught Blake in recent times pick up an FNCS victory like that during a grand final settings. So that's going to be exciting nonetheless there for us, Taco.
Yeah, it's been an awesome day one so far, but MDF, that's going to put a wrap on our day 1. 6 awesome games, 6 games for Zeke, Vivid,
come on, Crust, it's your inner beauty that really counts.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Monster D-Face, and the best Taco game.
Still got one more day. Today is way more important than yesterday. But yesterday was definitely good. And I wasn't disappointed with the performance, but we definitely could have done better. Like, we had 3 0-point games. So we got 13th off of 3 games. They should give a bonus to game winners and grinds. I agree.
He can do all those tricks, but he keeps getting hit.
I agree. They definitely should.
What's going on? He's too wide. He's too wide in his he keeps getting hit. And his edits, He's not. He's not. He's not.
No bad games today. That's the goal.
In a hidden spot. That's why
that is the goal.
Get him.
We are starting today with 175. Let's go, Mr. Stink. Let's go, bro. How'd day one go? We got 13. Let's get us here.
Okay. All right. Who
We were
else
torn
got?
apart at birth.
That's dramatic.
This is the story of the best part of the sandwich and his crust.
It's not. No.
We were torn apart at birth.
That's dramatic.
This is the story of the best part of the sandwich and his crust.
Is it hard to be a lunch icon?
Icon? No, it comes naturally.
That's it. Ugh, lunch icon.
Uncrustables are the best part of the sandwich.
¿Qué tal
Those things
pasar
sell
de
like crazy.
esto
I'll tell
a
you
esto en un solo paso? 13M Silk Serum.
Muy bien.
Prueba definitiva antihumedad. Tu turno de tener cabello ligero y suave. Nueva 13M Keratin Smooth Collection.
Gracias.
Yay. Turbo S. Whole lot of cars.
Like the McLaren, I want McLaren butterfly doors, but I wish they had better interiors.
They got.
Bro, his mom is so supportive. It's amazing.
That's stupid.
What the? Are you serious?
Oh wait, that's the car he got. Oh yeah, I remember that now. Yeah.
Dude.
Nope. Nope. Not important. Is this guy playing?
It's some weird ass binds. My binds is weird. My binds is not weird. I mean, yeah. Nah, like, I actually don't know. Like, you have to be, I feel like you gotta just be so playing, like, so weird to get those problems. I keep my keyboard straight and my hands straight, everything. Like, everything is just lined up.
Try to play one. It might freeze again. If I break my computer, just know I tried. Just know I tried my best, okay? Just know. Just know. Is this gonna be my longest stream ever? How long can I stream on Rumble? Will it let me go longer than 8 hours? Does anybody know? haven't even been paying attention. Is YouTube out here jamming along? No. No, it's not. Don't worry. No, it's not. Don't worry, it's not. Hopefully it doesn't freeze on us. It might. Should have protected my back there. All kinds of good. Where you go? I'm out of bullets. Not reloaded in anything. I had no ammo. I think it's starting up. I think we're getting started here. Looks like we're getting started. Better cool down.
Not the real king, of course.
Single.
No. We know who the real king is.
Tá, vai aguardar ele ainda.
What are we watching?
Red pen.
Bro, it doesn't work.
Good practice.
Sorry, shit, chicken simulator.
Because if you wear red, your reaction time's quicker. That's why you
Lost 10 care? Healthcare.gov is here for you.
Where can we
That can't
find
be a
a
thing,
low-cost
is it?
health plan?
People think that.
Lost 10 care? Healthcare.gov is here for you.
Where can we find?
Don't care.
Wait, how do you feel? Like, where did this team go?
What's going on? I don't know any of these people.
¿Qué tal pasar de
And
Oh, you're loud.
Talenti Alfonso Mango Sorbetto Mini Bars.
Looking for duo, landing my split 100%. Gonna try to give it all this next round. Need someone who feels the same. Oh, is that shade against Vico? No, it's not. I'm joking. Damn. The end of an...
All right, y'all. I might have to run another game. I think they're all on Twitch. I don't know any of these people. I don't know why I don't show up. My region. Where am I at? How come I'm not on this list? I think they shadow ban people across just people's name now. It's not accounts anymore. I really think it's names. Cause I have an account on YouTube where they pulled the funding. Because I like to say the truth. And look at this. It's a different account. I'm streaming live right now on YouTube. I'm not even showing up in the FORTNITE category. And there's like nobody's been watching. Nobody's been watching over on YouTube. It's a collective effort to shut people up. Can't wait for the revolution. Can't wait. I'm not up here at all. Worldwide. My region. I would at least have like a few people watching, wouldn't I? That's insane.
Off skin right there. Shut up.
So you do gaming live. I don't know how to. I don't know how to do. I don't know how to do YouTube. I don't see anybody we know. I don't even think this is his.
Lost 10 care? Healthcare.gov is here for you.
Where can we find a low-cost health plan?
What about a plan that covers doctor visits?
Emergency care?
Prescriptions?
With the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for.
I think those were all watch parties. All right. Let's get another one going. Since we're waiting. Man, my nose is like, it's like just like tingling in the end of it. It's allergies. do the level up. We gotta do this level up pack here, May 7th. Yeah, we got 3 weeks to catch up on. Yeah, let's do this. We'll get it. Got it. Storm's getting big. Could you swim to the storm right now? I wonder if you can swim to the storm. Okay. Didn't mean to jump here. So we'll just go ahead and then go up in here. Where's he at? Trying to get in that window. They're right there. They were. Soon out there. This game really needs to figure something out with that thing. That's so annoying. Still nothing, huh? I can't even with this window, bro. I don't have any stuff. Gotta go. It's alright, keep going. Nope. Swim. Go. This game just doesn't respond. Thanks, Tree. Appreciate you. Always looking out for me, Tree. Camera just went out. All right, stand by. Why is there a current? Why is there a current right there? That's so silly. That's the silliest place for a current. Not even a current thing on the map. I need mats bad. I don't want to get up there though. This guy's at? I got no sound. against them. Oh. Did I exit that?
However, they did the impossible, the unthinkable, right, and clutched up in those moments.
Let me get his battery
those
fixed here.
Opportunities didn't go that way, we'd see a much different standing. So I do think today is ultimately going to come down to game 7 through 12 all the way through to the end. Zeke, for us personally, as if I had to really put a number on it, I mean, you know, it's not over until it's fully over there, if you had to ask me.
I couldn't agree more, MDF. That 1.5 times multiplier, we even saw it a little bit in EU, right? Suddenly, you've got duos jumping up these placements because these numbers are huge. Just the Victory Royale is worth 100 points. That just keep that in mind as we watch these games throughout the day. And thank you guys for, of course, calling out Kanata and Cooper. They're looking like the only duo that can keep up with what Peterbot and Pollo are doing. Now, as we kind of continue to talk, though, we have to remember 3 spots going to the Global Championship. So if we've got, of course, Peterbot and Pollo going in first place, we got Cooper and Kanata coming in second place, well, then we're looking at a fight for third. And as we bring up the standings, we can kind of see who's in third place right now and who can potentially look to strike at that third place.
Got the camera going. We're about to get started on game 7 of 12 right here on the grand finals of Major 2s in North America. I'm going to step away for one moment. Thank you guys for joining me this afternoon on Gaming on Lake Time.
And this split provides them so much loot and so much heavy metal that they essentially go into the end game without any concern.
Good. Currently sitting in third place, right? So kind of have that edge over the other teams that are kind of competing for it. But it wouldn't be no surprise to me if we saw them continuously go for some of those objectives to make sure they place themselves next to teams so that way they can get some damage.
A new accolade in the FORTNITE scene. How many FNCS titles, Global Championship titles, eliminated Peterbot? Got it. Thank you for that, Kelly. Let's talk about fourth place, Reet and Ritual. Also a duo uncontested. And guess what? They not only eliminated Peterbot, but Pollo as well, taking the
keep up with the W Key King. Awesome to see this duo working so well together. You know, honestly, last major also there was like a crazy stat where they were like the team that was actually closing out fights the fastest. So good to see them in contention to actually make it to globals again. And you know, dominating the low ground in that one game where they got the victory royale and taking it to the higher ground. Awesome to see.
The duo 1 point behind them is none other than Baka and Pars. Once again, placement heavy duo. However, they're a little low on the elimination side, so I feel like if they can pick that up, we can look for that cementation of third place.
And they weren't contested, but there is some worry about them being contested. My focus on Baka and Pars, though, is how early they leave their POI, this ship it station split that they have. And barely 2 minutes into their drop, they're already rotating over to restored reels to grab some tags from those duos over there. Once they get the tags and even elimination, they rotate back to their POI, and then they're using this launch pad over and over again in a single game to be able to rotate early on. And when they're low on mats from all the fighting that they engaged in, Pars does some insane deep rotate in game 3 into Storm to get on a train, and they stay there for 4 to 5 minutes. And I love the utilization of kind of this unique strategy. And although they do have issues with Storm Surge, it definitely looks like they are kind of working on some strats to be able to recover from that.
Gosh, using the jump pads, the train right, everything that they can possibly find around the map. But the big thing for Baka and Pars switching up when it comes to grands semifinals, they were actually the team that was on the higher ground the longest throughout all of the games, and we have not necessarily seen them on higher ground yet, just adapting their end game strategy to go ahead and play just a little bit lower. Still doing well though.
High ground, you say? Well, why not give an honorable mention here to the duo in 7th place? Actually, over from EU, it's Paco and Mixin, one of the few duos that have looked to actually fight for high ground and hold it.
Yeah, Paco and Mixin are an incredible duo, and obviously there's been this discourse of, oh, a tier 3, tier 2 EU team able to compete with the best of NA, but Paco and Mixin are absolutely incredible players. They've made it to grand finals in EU plenty of times, and I can see why they're able to do that in these games right here. Going again for this big split drop, and they actually stay split all the way to zone 2, both of them grabbing their own individual towers to grab Storm Surge. However, they do seem seem to have some issues with Storm Surge, but a way to overcome that is these dead side rotations to put them in a better position towards the end and late game so that they can grab some easy tags once the rest of the lobby joins in on them.
Yeah, and this team, listen, it was no question about it. They were definitely struggling throughout the qualifiers, throughout semifinals with Storm Surge. Like, there were games where they were just 200 below, and everybody was like, wow, come Grands, this is not going to look good. But putting themselves in top 10, they have clearly come up with a strategy to go ahead and actually adapt to the lobby and fix those mistakes. So it's good to see them go ahead and implement those.
Okay, here we got a minute before we get into all of the action. Guys, I wanted to kind of quickly get your thoughts on something. With the 1.5 times multiplier, what can duos do coming into these next 6 games to be proactive, right? What can we do to say there's spots to Global Championship? I gotta secure it.
Zeke, I've got the perfect answer to that. What can duos do? They can replicate what Andalex and Sato did over on EU. Day one, they ended day one in 46th place. At the end of the competition, at the end of the 12 games, they were 5th. They qualified to global championships over an incredible day 2. I want to see some NA teams do the same.
And it's definitely possible. And we've already seen in day 1 plenty of teams change up their POI. So I expect we can see more of that today as well. But a lot of it, if you come down to it, comes down to just surviving and making it to the end game, being able to hold on to your heals. And I think Storm Surge is the big concern for everyone. When you get into this middle game where everyone's box-to-box fighting, that's when you lose all your mats, that's when you lose all your heals. So prioritizing kind of long-range engagements to get those Storm Surge tags, to be able to save up your heavy metal and to be able to save up your heals is definitely going to help them in the end game.
Guys, thank you so much for your insight. It is time. The competition kicks off right here, right now. Game 7 is upon us. So, casters, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. That's right. We're ready for Game 7, of course, the second day here of the FNCS. We're picking up right where we left off yesterday, Taco, and that is with non-stop action and most likely a Pewterbot and Boyo show if they can keep up the momentum.
Yeah, everybody, though, has had the same equal opportunity after the conclusion of Day 1 Grands MDF to do some VOD review, get a little bit of that late night study session, maybe a little bit of morning grind as well. But Game 7 on the horizon, and I really couldn't be more excited to see what happens in today's games.
Well, that's right. Nothing beats a grand finals like a FORTNITE grand finals, and we're all, of course, excited to see how it's going to go. So let's jump into game number 7. Well, I'm ready. I know Taco's ready, and surely the community has to be ready for what is going to unfold here for the next set of games. Think about what is on the line right now. A global champion slot, the FNCS Pickaxe of Champions, of course, and a big old cash prize check. Who has put in the research? Who did the homework to go ahead and fight for those opportunities? Because honestly, after yesterday's 6 games, there is so much, I think so much adjusting that teams have to make here today if they want a shot.
And the primary reoccurring theme as well for so many of our teams is, do you find a DMR or a waterbending mythic? Because that is basically what is going to bring the entirety of the surge strategy for so many of these other teams that aren't dealing with these early contest situations. Blake and Macwood, keep in mind, these guys were the victors of Game 6 yesterday. They concluded Day 1 relatively strong. The big question is, can they maintain that momentum from yesterday through to today? Because they definitely had quite a few stumbles here at Grand Glacier. Thoric is not an easy duo to overcome in this kind of situation.
Yeah, and I talked with, you know, Blake there a little bit privately on his side, and he commended the fact that, yes, he hasn't actually won an FNCS Grand Finals lobby win in a long time. And I think he then went on to tweet talking about, what was it, since like 2022 or so. So just a celebratory moment all around. And honestly, you really do have to appreciate the fact that Blake and Mac would have been competing for so long. And we'll see how they continue to trend upwards, just surging in confidence there. But let's get to Mount Olympus, man. What went wrong with Booga and Agers yesterday? I mean, Taco, break it down for us.
Booga and Agers had a whole whirlwind of emotions, essentially, coming out of this POI. I mean, they finished yesterday in 28th position, so they definitely have a lot to make up for if they want to find themselves within that top 3 threshold in today's leaderboard. But it definitely kicks off with the fact that Zeus and Pikes, they really just backed off initially from that early contest at Mount Olympus, and that posed so many problems for Booga and Agers' late game surge strategies that their mid-game rotations just became so scuffed because if you don't have any surge, if you want to opt for those dead side rotations that we're familiar with seeing Bugha especially tend to opt for, you can't really do that if you don't have any surge.
That's right, and Pikes and Zeus is definitely a hit or miss team when it comes down to whether or not they want to be aggressive. But first, let's jump in with Cold and Acorn here. It does look like the fencing fields remains to be highly contested. No adjustments being made here, other than the fact I'd say Cold and Acorn haven't quite gotten their hands dirty. Yesterday, they were fighting almost immediately on the drop. We've seen them go up against the likes of Muzz and Paper early and even others, but before that fight concludes, it does look like Clix and Epic Whale has a lot riding on the lines here. They went from Lavish Lair being uncontested to immediately keying south here for a team nearby. So I think we're looking at some light adjustments to their strategy maybe.
Yeah, Clix and Epic, primarily because of the fact that they used a lot of their resources, so many of their mats, especially were getting burned during those weapon bunker siege moments, and they weren't necessarily closing off the engagements. You gotta finish those fights if you commit to them, and that little bit of back and forth just left Clix and Epic in shambles for materials.
Yeah, that is right. We saw a lot of that, but hold up. We have a quick highlight here from Paco and Mixon. Paco and Mixon, man, picking up the momentum where they left off there. That top 10 finish surely coming in, keeping a hot pedal to the metal here. Very well played for them. They're going to pick up their first elimination, and we already know that whatever they've done from semifinals to grand finals, it is definitely paying off right now as they've really put a fix, if you will, on the leak that was their Storm Surge strategy. I would say that was the one issue in their overall game plan, and all we've seen from grand finals is nothing but improvements for this team, Paco and Mixon here. So all around, I mean, that's the type of performance we expect of our grand finalists, especially if you want to start fighting your way up to top 3. If there's a day where you want to play well, we've seen that it has to be today when there's a point multiplier on the line.
Over in EU early today, we saw the impact that the point multiplier can have for some teams. But right now the focus being Miro and Dukes. Miro side tag from the east. Never even had a chance to see it coming. Dios trying to close in onto Miro's current position, but Dukes is going to immediately reconvene with Miro, making sure that this engagement does not go fully south. Decay and Sigma maybe sniffing out an opportunity there, but they don't want to get caught in the middle either, recognizing the fact that there's a third party nearby. Peterbot and Pollo, on the other hand, these guys love engagements. Anytime they can make them happen. Saucy on the run currently, but Peterbot, he's got the same amount of dashes at his disposal, but he's also got that mythic gatekeeper. The shield's already broken. Saucy still doing his best to try and escape. He's made it towards his duo, Frostmon, but boxed up in the middle of the River of Styx. This is not a safe position, but it's also causing Peterbot to question just how badly do I really need these eliminations? Sure enough, another team spotted out on the hill. Peterbot not wanting to get caught out in the open. So he'll think better of that recent engagement and just fall back for the time being.
Yeah, Pollo still hasn't put any shield on either, so I'm not sure what the holdup here is. But Peterbot very much exposed to multiple teams now, open up to different lines of fire here. Pressure rising right now. Zbaka's on the move now, and this is what I like most about Peterbot, how active he's willing to be to contest different duos here in the vicinity. But the DMR, the perfect weapon to find those tags. Big damage, big swings. Where's Pollo? What's Pollo doing? I don't hear his rifle going off. He's like, it's moving around down there.
Probably just actually taking the opportunity to get some shield recovery going, because Baka and Pars, I think they were the ones that were kind of threatening Pollo's shields more than anything, his HP bar in general, approaching from behind Peterbot and Pollo's position. But Pars and Baka, they also elected to back off, given that they spotted out Yasir and Krizix rotating all the way from fencing fields towards this area in between Pleasant Piazza, Grim Gate. And it's also interesting to see Yasir and Krizix at this position, because when you think about yesterday, they were frequently fighting that early 50-50 up against Acorn and Cold. So the fact that they seem to have maybe forfeited the right to that vault over at fencing fields, because that's the primary reason why they tend to take that engagement with Acorn and Cold in the first place. And Yasir also, after the conclusion of day one, definitely feeling himself a bit. He was kind of popping off on socials, man. He got the
In the storm action going on here. Sphinx has to hit those. This is not a comfortable position to be in if you're only 42 above. There goes the update. He's going to start slipping down now. When you're inside the top 6, I mean, pressure is, you know, surely on to continue to make ends meet.
I like how he got the most difficult shot there. The few freebies beforehand before he alerted that other team in their surge base exactly what he was up to, but again, when teams go for those returns,
this could be the setback that everyone on the standings needs. And Neko's just getting ever so close. Now remember, most of these players can pinpoint exactly where the pickup is happening, and Neko seeming to be on the hunt here, but too late. They gave him a chance, and Boyo gets picked up here. They will be able to bounce back, but look at how much it's going to cost them. All of their chug splashes, minis cut down, and honestly just left with Flowberry Fizz. And you can see even Boyo taking the big pot there as well. So this is going to be very interesting to see if it's even possible for them to climb back now, as they have no material and the zone's already essentially telling them, you got to go.
Yeah, the damage has definitely been done already, though, to Neko. Peterbot fully eliminating Xavi has kind of forced Neko to essentially have to play a stealth position now. He can't really afford to make himself known. Maybe he had an opportunity to pick up Xavi's reboot card, but with Skittles and Trashy now encroaching this Grimgate position, it's going to be real tough for Peterbot and Boyo with hardly any builds to make it out from that area. Disaster could potentially strike here as well for Scissor and Chimp if they can't connect any shots onto Thoric or School.